Hey, good morning, guys. I'm just about to start work on the miniature you can see on screen at the moment. So this is the Priestess from Ascendia. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just going to pull the actual artwork up on screen. This is as far as we got on the last stream. So this was a tag on to the end of the Elder Guardian, the big tree monster I did last time. Chris was like, hey, while you're doing stuff for me, can you do this one as well? I was like, yeah, go on then. So, yeah, we've got, I've got a pose, because she's all robes and everything, I didn't want to kind of do too much work T-pose, because you end up having to redo it all and change it anyway. So, I did minimal symmetrical work in a T-pose. Set her up into the pose that I actually wanted to be in, and then I got as far as basically putting the book in her hand, doing a head, and then giving her this like basic kind of extraction of a robe. So what I'm basically going to do now is I'm going to extrude or extend the skirt back down to her ankles. The sleeves here, which you can just about see the line here. I'm going to just drag these down to give them a bit more of a baggy kind of like look like they've got here. Then once I've done that, I'll texture that, detail it, and then we'll do the little, I don't know what to call it, like a tabard bit that goes down the middle and the little dangly straps and the mantle bit. We'll do all of that and it should be pretty much finished. And I imagine Chris has got another one for me to start on after this. So, Chris, if you're in the stream this morning, good morning. Hey Rich, how you doing, matey? I'm going to drag this up. How's your weekend been? Good. I had a bit of an eventful one. I had some random guy drove through my front fence, which consists of like a concrete post with 4 big chunks of rebar running through it. Managed to take the fence out and left half of his car scattered across the road, and then got out to check his car and then drove off. So that literally like exploded the fence post. It's about a 4-foot high concrete fence post. And he just went straight through it. There was a guy reversing a van across the road, and he'd driven onto our drive and reversed back. And this guy, instead of even slowing down, he was bombing down. It's a 20-mile-an-hour road. He was bombing down the road so fast he couldn't stop. So he tried to swerve around this van that was parking, went up the footpath. Like if somebody was walking on the footpath, he'd have mowed them down. Like, but he went up the footpath and then straight through my fence post. So like the bottom like 1.5 foot of fence post was literally just bare rebar. The concrete had exploded out. It ripped the guy's headlight off his car. It had taken off the bumper with like the little bumper lights. Chunk of his wheel arch. The guy, how this guy kind of went, yeah, my car's all right, and then drove off. It's beyond me. There's got to be something dodgy with him. It's got to be an uninsured driver. I know. I mean, luckily it's like the very end of my fence post, so it's you know, it's not that noticeable. It's a very short, like it's a quarter of a panel, I think it is. So it doesn't actually kind of have that big an impact. I just can't be bothered to try and fix it, don't I? It's the only problem, as bad as it sounds. But yeah, people are nuts, aren't they, man? Winter sky. Indeed it is, mate. What's going on in your world this week, anyway? Feel like it's been ages since we've had you on here, Rich. Ain't had a proper chat in ages. Getting all the animals prepped with their like the winter jackets and stuff. Ah, no, it's front garden, mate. She's our front garden's like totally exposed. So we've got fences on the two sides, but like she can just run off the end of the drive, so we don't let her out the front on her own anyway. So, yeah, luckily it doesn't have any kind of significant effect. Although my back garden's got a few there's a few areas in my back garden where the fence panels are a bit weak now. Fair dues, man. So do you have like stables and stuff that you have to bring them all into, or do they still stay out in the fields, or what's the crack with them in the winter? And obviously you got them their little coats and things like that they can wear, but I'll just diminish this. All right, cool. So they've just got free access to just stroll in and out. I was wondering those stables, like, are they particularly warm, or do the animals need it to be warm? Yeah, heat them, do you? Never really thought about it, to be honest. It's mostly just to keep them dry, is it, the stables, rather than to keep them warm? Yeah, yeah. So that makes sense. So all the barns and like cow sheds and all that kind of stuff we've seen before, they're all open, and exposed, aren't they? So like, I always think you can't keep them very warm. You got one who's used to a different climate, have you? The Spanish lad. Please tell me he's called Manuel. Pedro the pony. Ah, shit. Abrigo. Good name. Let's bring that down a touch more. Jacket. Let's go with Protector. Protector sounds badass, doesn't it? think I'm going to just do the extraction of the front bit here now first. I think I can use symmetry for this, I can't remember. No, symmetry won't work. It's for the Ascendia board game. So last time round I sculpted this big elder tree guardian. I don't know if you were, I can't remember if you were on the stream or not. I was sculpting all these like little gremlin faces and creatures in all the little nooks and crannies on him. So this is for Ascendia, that's my favourite one, a little frog up the back. So yes, I sculpted all of this, got this one ready, and then once I'd finished this, we had about an hour or two left on the stream, hour and a half or so. And Chris basically said, rather than ending the stream early, could I do this one? So this is the Priestess for Ascendia. So she's a character coming for a new expansion, I think. I don't think she's part of the existing stuff that went through the campaign, because we kind of did all of that. So I think this is like new stuff. Hey, Pulling Pollies, how you doing? It will be in the next day or two. I've got all the footage recorded. I'm just editing the footage. The problem I'm finding with this is when I'm talking, I'm kind of going because those kind of chapters that I'm doing at the moment, they're not scripted. I haven't scripted it in advance, so I'm sculpting it and dynamically as I'm going. I've got a few kind of prompts I'm working to, but as I'm recording it, what I'm doing is I'm talking through the processes that I'm going through at the time, and because I'm not scripting what I'm saying, it's kind of coming out of my brain, and I think I've got ADHD. I've got like a million things running through my head at a time, and I'm trying to pick out the bits that I need to be telling you. So yeah, basically I'm kind of umming and ahhing a lot and kind of fumbling my way through what I'm saying. So I can't put that out in a raw form because I sound like an idiot. So I've just got to kind of like, you know, to maintain any credibility through the audience, I'm removing all of the fillers and the bump and the slips and the kind of the misspeaks and things like that, and just re-editing it and talking over it and stuff. So it takes, if I record like, I think the last chapter was like 4 hours of footage. I have to then re-watch 4 hours of footage and then pull all of those bits out. So it probably takes me about 6 hours to edit like a 4 hour bit of footage, because I'm having to watch it and then do all of the tweaks and adjustments and stuff. So it's a little bit of a time intensive process, and it drains my brain doing it. So, but yeah, next chapter will be in the next day or two. So once I've finished this sculpt today, I'm going to jump on and do some more of that. And then I'll start obviously getting the rest of the modules recorded, because there's some nice little bits coming up where I want to kind of like dial in a little bit and focus in on some stuff. But I'm already starting to like look a bit ahead and trying to figure out what kind of things to do next as well. So if you've got any kind of thoughts, or you've got any kind of particular areas you'd like to dial in on, please do send me a message, drop me a line on the Discord or through the school channel. And I'm more than happy to kind of like take on requests, and you know, if there's certain, I would rather make footage and content because it's been requested, if that makes sense, to like address particular issues. And dude, absolutely no worries. You can get a hold of me virtually anytime through Discord and stuff, and I'll always kind of respond on there as well. So, in fact, you know what? Let me give you my Discord. Let me do the Discord thing just in case. Are you in the Discord server, Pulling Pollies? Did my thing work? It worked. Why it worked? 2 seconds. Commands. Ah, now it works. Oh. There you go, Rich. Thank you, mate. It was me. Cheers, dude. There you go, Bunny Pollies. There's a link there for you now. You'll have it. See, this is what I do when I'm talking. This is the stuff I have to edit out. You'll have a link from the course as well. There'll be a Discord server link on there. When you join the server, just DM me. If you've got a different username, DM me, and I'll add you to the user group for the course itself. And there's a special channel for everybody who's in there, just chatting and showing off the work and talking about yeah, how they're approaching stuff. It's nice to see, actually. I'm really enjoying kind of seeing the chat in there and seeing everybody like sculpting and working their way through stuff. And it's nice to see there's different interpretations as well, so that everybody's done it slightly differently. Right then, let's crack on now. Right, let me just pull this back up onto the screen. There we go. So just for anybody who's recently joined the chat and hasn't seen what I'm working on, this is the concept from Ascendia. I haven't seen Chris in the chat actually today. He's normally in here, like saying hello and giving me instruction. But we've got the priestess from Ascendia. So I've sculpted the head, posed her up, and did the book and everything else last week. So now I'm just doing the like the rest of it, just getting the tabard on. I don't even know what any of these things are called. They're just bits of costume, aren't they? Dangly bits all over the place and little overrobes and all that kind of jazz. I'm going to put all these on. I'm going to do some. This is a masked extrusion. Then I'm going to do the mantle around the shoulders. I'm going to do an extrusion on that as well, just because it's the simplest way and quickest way of getting this ready to rock. Let's just do a little extraction here. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab the green layer here. I'm just going to rotate this and I'm just going to pull that back a little bit so it gives me a bit more. Hey, Clanger, how you doing? Do hope you're keeping well, matey. Ah, cool. Well, I'm hoping you enjoy it as much as other people are, because there's been I've had some quite good feedback on it. I'm enjoying seeing the feedback and the work that everybody's been doing on it. So in the, I don't know if you've seen, obviously in the Discord server, there's everybody's been kind of like posting photos of their progress and stuff. So Ryan and JS, oh yeah, Keller, how you doing? The guys have been posting their own work in progress updates of the stuff they've been doing from the course, so they're all up to date with it now. And it's really nice to see kind of, you know, that they've jumped in and they've really got stuck in with it. Ah, am I a bit quiet, or is it the accent you struggle with, or you just get told off listening to me in the room? I know if I've got tutorials and stuff running on the thing, or I'm listening to somebody with a commentary going on, my wife will be sitting there kind of going, "Who's that boring bastard you're listening to?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's interesting for me, thank you." Should I put your headphones in? Okay. Ah, yeah. Yeah, no, I remember that. Well, I've sorted the subtitles now, thanks to you. How are you doing there, Keller? How was your weekend? Yeah, what I've figured out is I mean, I'm starting to run all the videos through YouTube now. So all the videos are they're going through the YouTube algorithm because YouTube automatically adds the subtitles to them. The early videos, what I did was I uploaded them to YouTube and put the YouTube links on there. And then I realised I can actually download the subtitles that are auto-created from YouTube and then re-upload them into Gumroad directly onto the audio. So the first modules that I uploaded that were uploaded directly to Gumroad, I've actually gone and added the subtitles back into them now. So hopefully you should be alright with them ones. And then everything after that's I've just done links directly to the YouTube video. I've uploaded them to YouTube first. They're all private links on there, so nobody can just access them freely. But yeah, you can get on there and see the footage with the subtitles auto-generated directly. And I'm hoping everybody watching the video footage there contributes towards the because it's like watching it through YouTube. I'm hoping it counts towards my YouTube watched hours, because I had a look the other day and I'm like a stone's throw from monetization. The only thing stopping me is the amount of hours of viewed footage. I've got like 400 hours of viewed footage at the moment, and you've got to get 1,000 hours to get the monetization over a year, like. So it's not like it's a huge amount. I've just not really been making much in the way of videos for YouTube. Most of my stuff's been like live streams on here, and most of my live stream viewers actually come through Twitch, so I don't get much in the way of live stream views through YouTube. Two smaller ones. I think I'm just going to clone this and just try and see if I can get away with that. Let's see if we can duplicate it, move it, shrink it. Yeah, that's it. Now it's all just different ways of monetizing work. You know what I mean? So one of the things I've found like frustrating and a bit stressful over the years is like when we're trying to kind of, you know, exist and make a living, you're relying on all these different platforms, and then they change algorithms or they change their way of working and stuff. And I've been screwed over by my manufacturing now more times than I care to count. So relying on other platforms for your revenue is like a really bad idea. So trying to spread the net a little bit out and kind of extend that into as many avenues as possible is, you know, from a security blanket point of view, is the best way of managing it. So yeah, trying to get a bit of content going for a bit of the old influencer charm vibes. Then we get the tutorials running. We'll have the miniatures line, commissions, you know, and it all kind of contributes in the end. And even if each bit does like small chunks, by bringing them all together, it makes a bigger kind of impact than like any one of them on their own. So if I'm trying to do these things, I'm trying to do them so they complement each other. So I'm sculpting things that are either for clients, or I'm sculpting things that are for my own miniatures line as part of my live streams and like footage and stuff like that. So all my content stuff is based on, you know, the other things I've got as well. Pulling Pollies, thank you for the follow. So yes, it's all I've never really focused much, if that makes sense, on the kind of the trying to be a live streamer or anything like that. So the growth on the platforms has been kind of organic more than anything else. Sometimes I think I should have spent a bit more time dialing it in, but you know, it is what it is. Why is she not centered? She is centered. So why am I not getting symmetry on her? Bit bizarre, but I must have moved her a little bit off center when I posed. In fact, yeah, I did. I think I tilted her. I tilted her at the hip when I posed her. Excuse me. Stupidly, I lit a bloody candle in here, a little jasmine candle, and it's a bit too close to me. It's getting up my nose now, making me cough. Blow the thing out. Let's get the belt on. Right, the belt. Did I leave her in a T-pose or not? No, I didn't. Foolish mistake. I should have made that before I did anything else. Hey ho. I'll try LSIM to make the thing I need over here. Hopefully that will work enough. For this piece, give it a bit of geometry. We're going to go for some radial symmetry. Bump the count up. What's on the belt buckle? What is that? Let's do a morph target for now. Well, I can't use Sculptures Pro with a morph target, so I just need to dynamesh this. Turn that off. And we're going to go to morph target, store empty. Now I'm just going to go and do the clean this up afterwards. I just want to make sure I've got the basic shape down. So I think it looks like some kind of like, I'm seeing like a head here. I don't know if you can see my mouse going, but I'm seeing like a head here. Some kind of like bird head maybe, with some like a wing here, and then like either some kind of egg or maybe a planet or something like that. Some kind of like, it's obviously a religious symbol, but I don't really know what the religious symbol is. I'm just going to do what it looks like. Chris being on stream is usually quite a helpful thing here because it can he'd be sending me these on Messenger. There we go. Let's just do that. And we'll put this on now. Bloody candle. Oh, and I know it's not exciting for you guys, but I'm quite pleased about this. I've finally recommissioned my coffee machine in my office. So I literally stopped buying coffee pods for it absolutely ages ago. Used to use it all the time when I first started working for myself, like save me going up the house to make drinks and stuff. A little Dolce Gusto. And it's one of those ones with a little tank on the back. You have to like clean it out and like do the what do you call it, descaling operation on it intermittently. And then I ran out of descaler and it wouldn't work because of the descaling that we needed. So I just stopped using it. And then recently I actually bothered to buy some descaler. Got it up and running again. So like it's had about a 2-year holiday. But now it's back in my office with a freshly loaded wheel of coffee pods. I'm quite pleased to see its return. Don't know why it's taken me 2 years to get around to fixing it. But do you know what? If any of you guys were doing this and I was talking to you on the course about it, I'd be telling you not to do this little bit of detail. You can't even see it. I'm going to run trim dynamic down the sides of this because I don't need them to be so thick. They are thick because of how I've sculpted them. They don't need to be that thick for where I'm putting them. Let's turn the symmetry off so it doesn't mess up. I'm just going to thin the edges out and taper them in. That's perfect. So now we're going to go for cheap viewers on streamview.com. No, thank you. Who wants cheap viewers, eh? Right, so what I need to do. Pulling Polly's, thanks for the Prime sub as well. Hey guys, if anybody else has got a Prime sub kicking around and it's going begging, it's always appreciated. I keep forgetting I have one of them. Right. Pen cylinder. Right, we're going to do the belt now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get it roughly to the position I need it in. I'm going to turn on LSIM, which is going to let me actually edit it symmetrically, even though it's not in the center. And I don't think it's going to be 100% symmetrical, but I can kind of roughly get it. This is just using the Alt key and move, and I'm grabbing the leg rather than the belt because I want to move on a tangent to the cloth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sculpt this as symmetrically as I can, but then I'm also going to just pull it back into place. So it will kind of look symmetrical, but kind of not. Divide it a few times, get a bit of smoothness in there, let's dynamesh it. A bit of polish on. I'm just going to go around and just put that edging trim on. Again, there's lots of ways of doing edging trim. For me, lazy mouse, clay build up, and I'm just going to eyeball this. It doesn't have to be completely perfect. And again, this comes down to the end medium. We know it's going to be 3D printed or produced in miniature at 32mm scale. And this level of imperfection that you're seeing here isn't visible. I do clean it up a little bit, but it doesn't have to be completely perfect to actually still work on the model. If you spend all your time trying to make it perfect, you're going to work far too much for virtually no reward on it, essentially. Smoothing over there, and again. You tell him, O'Keller. How was your building work last week? Did you go all right? No, you didn't do anything. What you were doing? Weren't you doing some building work? Was it your dad or something? You just lied because you didn't want to do any sculpting. You don't have to do any sculpting, mate. No pressure. Oh, good, good. Let's grab the top of this. Let's bring that in. Yeah, dynamic posing is a challenge at times, mate. It is one of those things that, like, you really have to understand anatomy to get it right. The quickest way of doing it is to copy. It's like go and have a look at some Games Workshop models that have got quite dynamic poses, and try and just copy the poses from other models that you like the look of. If they appeal to you and you can copy the pose, then obviously the pose is kind of, it obviously has an appeal to it. It's when you try and copy the pose and you miss, you've got to try and correct it, and that's where the understanding of anatomy comes in. If you don't understand anatomy at that point, you could kind of have screwed yourself a little bit. So you need to kind of, you need to be quite selective about where you can where you can cheat and where you can do it properly. Obviously, being able to do it properly is the better route all round, because if you learn to do it properly, if you properly study anatomy, which takes a long time, it's not a 2-minute thing, then obviously it opens doors for you later on to be able to cheat more, and cheat convincingly. So, what do you say, Clanger? You've got what are they called now? The little grey ones with the little box of accessories you get. I've got 2 of them. My kids, my daughter plays with them every time she comes into my office and moves them around, but she ended up pulling them apart. So like I always end up having to try and reassemble the bloody things, and they're a nightmare. I forget what they were called now. They are good. They're good. Those little the little mannequin things. No, thankfully, we're both allergic to cats, so we don't do cats. No, no, she just likes to play with them and do like gymnastics and things like that. But obviously they're not designed for doing things like the splits, for example. But it won't stop her from trying to do it and pulling the leg off, and then I've got to try and put the leg back on, and well, she'll do like a kind of an arched back kind of thing. And she's like, oh, Daddy, I've pulled his chest off. Like, she'll have disconnected him at the torso. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake, again. Yeah, the little grey ones. They've got a name, and I can't think what they're called now. This one here. Body Coon, I think it is. Kun. They're good little mannequins, to be fair. I think he was set up as an archer, it looks like. They are quite good. They're quite limited sometimes. If you're trying to do something that's really dynamic, you can struggle with those ones. But yeah, for what it's worth, they are good. They're worth an investment early doors, and they'll get you through probably 80% of the kind of poses you might need. Yeah, there's another one for you, Eldritch Foundry and What's the other one? God, complete mental blank now. What's the other big platform that does the DIY? No, not Titan Forge. Hero Forge. That's the one. We got there together, Clanger. Yeah, the Hero Forge and Eldritch Foundry. They're two things you can use to help kind of mock up your poses. But obviously they're kind of like pre-configured poses in there, so you kind of you can rotate them around now, so you get a full 3D view. One of the things I used at the beginning when I first started doing miniatures, and I was trying to figure out a way of kind of creating shortcuts and efficiencies, was DAZ 3D. So if you use DAZ 3D, you can pose the models in there. The posing is quite easy in there. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get an organic look about it, though. You can still create something in DAZ 3D that's wooden as hell. And I think a lot of people, and I see this a lot on Kickstarter, you see all these Kickstarter projects where they're doing, like, particularly where they're doing pin-ups, and they'll just do a load of pin-ups. So basically all they've done is they've gone onto DAZ 3D or something similar to that, and they'll have got a female model with big boobs, pose them, and then add some gear onto them after the event. And obviously, because they're pin-ups, it's kind of like, oh, they're pin-ups, they don't need any clothes, you know, we'll just put this like bit of whatever on them, and what, you know, and the clothing's minimal and it's awful, and they're usually, like, you know, terribly kind of sculpted and whatever else. But one of the things you'll notice with them is that it's very obvious that the person who's done it doesn't understand anatomy, and they've used a cheat shortcut like DAZ 3D or something like that to create the poses. And it just kind of like comes through in abundance in the sculpt if you know what you're looking at. And I kind of want to tell these guys, you know, get hold of them and basically say, do my sculpting course. I'll teach you how to do it. I'll show you what to do. Let's get this sorted. So I've just noticed the belt's a little bit skewed on the bottom here. Yeah, guys, if anybody's looking to put a few quid in the bank, even those Kickstarters with the very badly posed models, I've seen them making some serious money. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there who will pay for scantily clad half-naked models, irrespective of the quality. Maybe just put it under a different name, so you don't have to attribute it to yourself, so you can go on to have a fruitful career afterwards without being held to account for. Boob Forge. Is that a thing? I feel like it should be. Yeah, honestly, if you're thinking about, you know, you want to put some money in the bank, you want to do something that's going to get you some cash, just big boobs, big bum, very little clothes, and what you sculpt and the quality that you sculpt doesn't really make that much difference. And I will say as well, I have done a couple of these myself, so they do pay well. They do pay good. Like I made more money doing a couple of pin-up Kickstarters with like single miniatures, just literally just one model. I spent more time doing the model, like preparing it and sculpting it and like poly painting, which I wouldn't normally bother doing. But then the reward at the end was worthwhile doing because, you know, I spent, I don't know, maybe about 12, 15 hours on a model where I would normally spend 4 or 5, maybe 6. Spend 15, 16 hours sculpting it, doing it all nice, doing a couple of variants and whatever else. And then, yeah, the final version of the model ends up being, you know, more valuable to me in terms of how much it generates. It generates more than like, you know, an entire month of like Patreon income or something like that, or, you know, a whole month of sales on my mini factory. I'll pull it up in a second. I'll show you actually. Have you seen the one I'm talking about? I've done 3 of them now. There was the Barbarian, the Warlock, and the Privateer. The Privateer didn't do so well. Still respectable, but not as well as the other 2. Low intensity, high draw size, with the all cracks. Daggerheart and Cosmere. I'm not even familiar with that, mate. What are we talking about? Is this like a video game or is this a board game coming out? Or got my finger off the pulse, I think, sometimes. Ah, yeah. Yeah, let me just pull let me just pull up the God. Let me get my Kickstarter page and I'll show you the ones I'm talking about. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so there we go. So I did the Barbarian here, which was the first pinup I did. So this one did 3.5 grand here, and then it went on and did about another £1.5 grand on my mini factory when I did it on late pledge. So that was like, what's that, 5, 6 grand, say? No, about 5 grand. Yeah, about 5, about £5 on this one model. The Warlock was 4,200 on Kickstarter, and then that did about another 1,000 or two, I think. Might have been another £2 on My Mini Factory. So that one did about 6, and then the Privateer did less well. So that one only did like two grand. But again, £2 for one model is what you're looking at. You know what I mean? And on these, by the way, what I will say is, I did no advertising at all on any one of these three. I literally just posted them straight to Kickstarter. I did no advertising. I didn't promote them on Facebook. I ran no ads anywhere. So the Barbarian was, again, got a nice bit of artwork, custom header. I think I digitally sculpted the header, actually, if I remember right. And then we did 2 versions of it. So the initial feedback this was the original one, like the more athletic one. And then when I showed a friend of mine, AJ, she's a great artist, and she's into a kind of a pin-up art and stuff as well. And I showed her and I said, "What do you think of this?" And she went, "It's missing 2 things. 2 big things are missing." And I was like, "Right, I get what you're saying." So we kind of gave her a bit of a boob enhancement and a bum enhancement. So we Kardashianed her up. And stupidly, I tried to make it so that I could identify which one was most popular. And we ended up with like I had the athletic version on its own, the XL version, as I called it, on its own, and then we had the the proper versions of those files. But then I also did a combined one. I did a combined one where you could buy both, and then annoyingly, most people went and bought the combined one where they had both variants. And the problem with that was that gave me no visibility then of which one actually was most popular. What it did tell me was people would pay more to get two versions of the same model though. So bear that one in mind. And then it came with all of these dress variants of it as well. So there's like different pieces of clothing and armour and stuff would be removed at various stages. So you get like virtually no clothing whatsoever to like varying different states of dress, and then a bunch of different weapon options for them. But the sculpt itself, it took me about the same time as I would normally spend doing a normal sculpt, and then I spent probably another day or 2 poly painting it just to get it all nice, so I got a proper presentation render. Turntables going. It's literally just showing it off and presenting it nicely. That's all you need to do. Show off the supports. A couple of nice, what do you call it? Images going on. Test print. Always test print it when you're doing one of these. Show people the actual physical prints. Makes a hell of a difference. And then the Warlock one, which was the more popular one. This one I did stretch goals on, which I didn't want to do on the other ones. This one people were chomping at a bit for it, and I ended up giving them the stretch goals. So I ended up doing the extra plants, the little quasit butler, the sweepy broom, and the table full of stuff. But that was the actual model itself. Like reading a book, making yourself a cup of tea, using a tiefling tail to pour the tea into a cup. And there was the artwork it was based on from Alex, who's our Crystal Collapse artist. So yeah, it went down really well, this one did. It was a more complicated sculpt because of the furniture and everything else involved. And the plan was to obviously go for adding the big bookcase and some other bits. And I did start sculpting them, but obviously we never got it funded, so I never actually went and did them, finished them off. So yeah, guys, I would advocate. I'd advocate a Kickstarter for pinups. Present it nicely. Do a good job on the presentation. Nice header image. Poly paint it. Poly paint it properly. Don't cheat with the poly painting, because it will. If you cop out and you just take shortcuts, it's going to show. So at doing things like here, I added like the tattoos. I poly painted tattoos into her. And I also did the, I don't know if you can tell, but I also painted the bit on the helmet here with this non-metallic metal effect. So all the highlights and everything else, they're all actually painted on. And it does take a little bit of time to do it, rather than just using a metal material, but it makes a difference, I feel. I've got it printed on my desk actually, ready to paint still. It's only been 2 years since I've finished the campaign, so yeah, she's sat on my desk waiting to be done now. I need to paint her at some point actually. Get some of them in the store, sell them at shows and things. Back to our priestess. Yeah, if anybody wants to run a Kickstarter and they need a little bit of help or they need any advice, just honestly feel free to DM me. Always more than happy to help with a bit of guidance and assistance and stuff. And I'm not even talking about charging you or anything for it. I'm just happy to help where I can. Mantle. Yeah, man. I was like, do the course. Maybe one of the next ones I'll do. Maybe one of the next courses I'll do will be about the you know, a focal point miniature like the pinups. So maybe I'll do one as a. Do you know what? Let's make a model, and let's take it all the way through to Kickstarter. We'll set up the Kickstarter page. We'll do the whole thing. We'll do the model. We'll do the paint up, the test prints. We'll get the whole thing set up and run. The Patreon one's good. There's an issue with Patreon, and it's an issue of loyalty. So the idea behind Patreon, obviously, what you really want to see is a stable income. And over the years, what's happened is Patreon backers have become more mercenary in their kind of approach. And it's just the way it's been used in the industry, really. But what you'll find is, it used to be you would have people would join your Patreon and they'd just back you, and they just like your art, and they'd want to support you, and they'll just stick with you no matter what. And I do have a bunch of those guys, and I'm really thankful for all of you who are in that kind of you know, that category. But because the way Patreon and miniatures has gone over the years, it's almost transactional now, and it's just a way for people to get cheap models. So they know if they go and get the stuff from my mini factory when it's released, or, you know, any other kind of online platform, they're going to be paying full price for it. But they know that if you go to somebody's Patreon and you sign up for the Patreon, you can get it for like £5, £6 or whatever. You can get it for a much cheaper price. And it's just the cheap way of buying models. Now, personally, I want to run my Patreon as a come and support me, find out behind the scenes, see what I'm doing, engage with me, you know, as an artist, as a person. And I will reward you by giving you access to models I've made and other stuff like that, right? So the rewards and stuff are a secondary thing, because it's only like a £5 a month. It's like £5 or £6 a month. It's not a massive amount of money. So you want to kind of do it where you're encouraging people because of a community or because of the, you know, the support aspect, support an artist kind of thing. Go down that route and get people to kind of like jump on board. And then, you know, the fact that you then also give them discounts for the models, you give them the access to the new releases and whatever else during the months they subscribe. That's the bonus. That's the reward, if you like. But what's happened, obviously, is it's become a transactional thing where they're going around people are going around looking at what's available at any given month, and everybody wants to see what you're doing next month. Wow, that's a hefty upmark, isn't it? See, I was charging like £20 a month. I was for mine, for my commercial license. I'm not even doing commercial license anymore, but you kind of do it for a few quid, and then like what happens is they want to see what you're sculpting next month, and then they come and sign up for next month's release. And then once they've got what they want off you, they'll unsubscribe, and then if they see what you're doing the next month and they like what's there, then they'll come back and sign up and sign up for the next month. So they literally they're doing it rather than sign up as a subscription, which is the point of the Patreon. They're subscribing for a month at a time, just for the months where they got the stuff that you getting the stuff that they want from you. And there's not anything wrong with that necessarily, but that's not how the Patreon was designed. It's like Kickstarter was never designed to work how Kickstarter ended up being used, if that makes sense. So it ended up getting used by big companies like Call Me or Not to produce, you know, multi-million-dollar games that were, you know, they should have had the money to fund that and produce it, but because because Kickstarter has this like infrastructure already that kind of pushes to an audience, a ready-made audience or whatever. You use the platform as a marketing tool rather than as, you know, to kickstart a new business or to kickstart a new project. And it kind of made it more difficult. Oh, what was that? Ah, okay. Pulling Pollies, thank you for the sub gift. Oh, good question. No, Patreon, is it more of a social media exercise? So I suppose there's an aspect of that. The Patreon for me, it is more about community engagement. So it always used to be. So let's back right up a little bit, right? So my Patreon has changed because of circumstances out of my hands, and I'll explain this now. So hopefully it will make a bit of sense. So I run Lion's Tower as a business, right? Pulling Pollies, look at you throwing out the sub gifts, man. Thank you very much. So the way this whole thing works, right? So I run it as a business. So I have to pay all my platform fees for the different sites I'm on. I've got my website set up. I've got the dude. You keep going, man. Awesome. Appreciate it, man. We've got the the business where I'm selling miniatures, right? So I started selling miniatures back in 2016. So that was my early business. Thank you very much. So my early business was resin miniatures that were cast and produced for sale. And when we got to UK Games Expo 2019, I met Nebo from My Mini Factory, and Nebo was at the time he was just an account manager. He's now the CEO of My Mini Factory. At the time, he was just an account manager. So he spoke to me at the show, and he was like, "Have you ever thought about selling your files?" And at the time, I was like, that was unheard of for me. I was like, why would I want to sell my files? That will just like let all the pirates get it, and they'll be like casting my gear up and, you know, making copies of it and stuff like that. And the reality of it is, if somebody wanted to cast my models and like do like copies of my models and pirate my minis, they could have just bought the models and then recast them anyway, which there's a lot of that going around in like the cast marketplace. So you're not going to stop them from doing it. And I was like, well, actually, do you know what? If I can sell the STL files and I can make money out of that, let's try it. And I didn't even know this was the thing. I didn't even know at this point that people had 3D printers at home. I'd got this like 11 grand 3D printer that I'd bought for doing high quality masters. And it was, let me just switch over to the camera, because while I'm chained to it keeps going to the thing, doesn't it? So you see Mabel in the background having a little sleep on the sofa again. So yeah, so the way this all kind of went at the time was, I was worried about people stealing my content and doing recasts. So I was kind of like, I was wary about letting my STL files get out in public. But then I thought, well, you know, when I realised that people have got 3D printers at home and they were buying them as a thing, and I started looking into it, again prompted by Nebo at My Mini Factory, I started having a look, and we set up the Patreon. So I set it all up, and it surprised me how quick and how well it took off. There was only like 40 of us at the time selling STL files for 3D printers, so it wasn't like there was a huge kind of like, you know, competition out there for it. So it was one of these things that was different for me, but it changed how I work. So I'm still producing stuff, and I'm still selling models, and I'm still doing this kind of stuff, but now I've got this digital stream I can do. And I wasn't doing any live streams, I was just promoting it through Patreon, and it was just a means of putting models out there. Then My Mini Factory started, they started doing it where you can upload and then reward out from there. And then I ended up kind of with My Mini Factory as a secondary income stream, or third income stream, if you like. So My Mini Factory, then people are going there and buying the files. And at this point, I'd got like 30 odd models made up when I first started doing this. This was like August 2019. So I started putting all the files together that I'd got, and I was batching them all up. And I went, right, so first release will be this many models, like 4 or 5 models, whatever it is, that fitted a theme. So we're like warriors, for example. And then there was another one which was like Warriors of the Cloth, which was like clerics and paladins. Okay, Mabel? So yeah, so I do all these different theme releases. And each one I was charging like a tenner a month, and people would get like 4 or 5 models. So there was 4 models that were ready made, and then it was like I'd do 1 or 2 new models each month to go with it. Now this time I was doing part-time. I was working a full-time job doing facilities management and health and safety at the time. So I ended up kind of getting to a point where the Patreon was going up like this, and I think I got to a point where I was making about 7 grand a month just off the Patreon stuff at this point. So the Patreon was climbing and climbing and climbing, and I got all these new releases scheduled and lined up. And then I looked at the content I'd got, and I was like, I'm gonna run out of content by February. Like by the time I get to February, I was releasing stuff that I'd already made back in 2016. I was releasing the files for them, And then I was looking at kind of going, I'm going to get to February and I've got nothing to release. And I could do one model a month maybe at that point, doing it part-time. So I was like, I've got to go full-time on it. So I had to bite the bullet, hand in my notice in my day job in the November. I had to do 2 months notice. So I worked November, December, and then in January, I started full-time. So the minute I went full-time, I started producing content for the next couple of months to try and get ahead of myself. So the plan was, by the time February comes around, that's my last release done. But January then, I've got January to sculpt, like March and April. And then, you know, I'm sculpting ahead month after month was the plan. And that went fine for a couple of months. And then we all remember what happened in March of 2020. Lockdown happened. So this kind of like whole working methodology I'd got in my head of like use the Patreon, do it a couple of months in advance, get all the stuff advertised, get it lined up, show people what's coming, etc. From that point onwards, I've got 2 young kids and a wife who's a primary school teacher. So my wife's having to deliver homeschooling lessons from home. So she's having to do all of her planning, she's having to do all the stuff she would normally do, but she's having to deliver lessons remotely, right? So while she's delivering lessons remotely, I've got Willow, who was 2 at the time, kind of having to like sit here, kind of keeping her occupied. And we've got Jacob, who was 4, I think. He was in like reception, I think, at school, maybe year 1. And he was having to do home lessons. They were homeschooling him. So I'd got like a desk back here behind me, and I got Jacob sat on this desk doing his homeschool lessons. And it was just hard going, man. Like, for me to try and produce that much content ahead of time, whilst also having to do more than my fair share of the childcare, it was tough. Do you know what I mean? So my output dropped. I ended up going down to about 30%. You know, the stuff I was producing through January, February, and like the beginning of March, the stuff I was doing, my output was quite high, and then all of a sudden it just went whoosh, straight off a cliff. And I ended up making all this, what do we call it? All these kind of like slowdowns in my business, in my workflow, because I'm still having to run the business side of things. I'm still having to do all my business admin and all that kind of stuff, still managing websites, still having to do all the uploads and all the admin. But I'm now having to look after 2 kids whilst also trying to work where I can. And then what happened was I ended up catching up to the releases. So I ended up with all of my pre-sculpted stuff, all my pre-sculpted content was there, and I ended up catching up to it. And in the meantime, everybody had kind of jumped ship, because during that little COVID lockdown period, every man and his dog who had any ability to sculpt, and all of these studios started appearing where somebody with a wedge of cash had gone and said, right, I'm going to go get a load of sculptors from the Philippines to make me a load of models for cheap, and we're going to release 50 models in a month for a tenner. Now I was doing like 6 or 7 models for a tenner at this point. And then all of a sudden people are jumping off my Patreon, kind of going, you're not giving us value for money. I can get 50 models from these guys. Now, if you've been on my sculpting channel or you've been on the tutorials and everything else, you'll understand that the way I come at sculpting, I'm making miniatures. These guys were selling miniatures, but what they were making was like models for video games that were rendered up nicely, that looked sexy on the screen, but weren't printable. But the customers at the time were also in a unique position where they were also naive about the product, because they discovered 3D printers because they couldn't go to the gym anymore, they couldn't socialise, they couldn't do all their other stuff because of lockdown. So they have all this kind of like new technology in their house that lets them create something like magic out of nothing. So they've created this new hobby that's just appeared out of nowhere, and they needed content to create on it. So they discover miniatures, because obviously the build plates are small. There's only you're limited to what you produce. So they start looking around for stuff that's cool. They find miniatures by accident, or discover D&D and then find their way into it from there. But they've got no prior understanding or interaction with miniatures at all. And it allowed this kind of like perfect storm of kind of like, you know, this huge influx of people with no knowledge or experience of the industry suddenly just flooding it and kind of like, you know, making the market like saturated beyond recognition. I mean, we had 40 of us making stuff to start with, and by the end of March, beginning of April, we were up to like 320 or something like that, if I remember right. 320, 350. And then within a month of that, there was like 500 odd. And I think current count, there's about probably nearly 2,000 creators out there making content. So it's a cutthroat industry to get into. So I've gone right off on a tangent here. Started talking about kind of like, you know, the history of the last 5 years or whatever. The the point of it is, my Patreon's kind of run alongside all the way through, but it's gone from being pre-prepare releases ahead of time and release them at scheduled intervals so people can see what's coming and buy stuff and whatever else. And that works quite well. If you're going to do it, I would encourage you to try and work like that. Now, it doesn't work for me so well because of the kids, the business, and everything else I've got going on. I've now ended up doing more like, here's what I want to make for this month. Sign up, join, and you'll get access to everything I make. Now, the price I charge and the content people get, you still get value for money. But you're not getting 50 models for the amount of money, if you know what I mean. Yeah, spare room, yeah. Yeah, Levin, I like Evan. Yeah, Levin Arch. I haven't spoken to him in ages, actually. But yeah, he was, yeah, we chatted loads when he was doing that Kickstarter, actually. Yeah, the Arch Villain ones, they were terrible in the early days. When I don't know if they're better now, but when they first did the old Patreon stuff, some of the models were terrible. No, dude, honestly, not hijacking the stream. Don't worry about it, man. As long as I get this model finished today, Chris will be happy, and that was my aim for the day. To be fair. So I've got until 3 o'clock to get this model done. It'll take me another half an hour, realistically. But yeah, the whole industry kind of changed massively through lockdown, and it was good in a way because it brought this like flood of new customers that we just never expected. You know, they just weren't there. The eyeballs on the industry kind of like just increased hugely overnight. There was just so many more people looking and buying stuff. But then at the same time, the kind of the pool of sellers grew massively, and the quality of the offerings generally kind of went like straight downhill. And it was just because there was this huge number of people jumping on a bandwagon to produce stuff quickly. And this is this is the other problem as well. So I always say to people who are looking to like learn to sculpt, right? So say loads of times, right? So I've had somebody come to me and say, I want to get a job working in sculpting. I want to sculpt for a living. They don't want to do production of their own stuff. They don't want to make it. They don't want to run a Kickstarter. Not everybody has it in them to want to run a business or to want to run a community or anything else. So Patreon's not for everybody. There's a lot of people out there who just want to sculpt for money. They just want to do a sculpt for a customer. The customer pays them for the model and they do what they want with that model. There's a lot of those kind of guys out there. And there's nothing wrong with that as a business model and whatever else. But obviously, you're at the mercy of everybody else's kind of income streams and their revenue and everything else. You know, if people haven't got the money or they haven't got the inclination to kind of farm things out, then you're just not going to get anything from them. Running your own Patreon, obviously, it's just like running a business. You're taking everything on your own head. You have to advertise your own products. You have to sculpt all your own products. You've got to design your own products. So unless you go and get an artist involved and everything else, and this is all people you've got to pay. So like, unless you've got the money for it, you can't pay them for it. So you're in this kind of catch-22. And this is where I kind of found myself in for most of my career here. So because of the COVID bit, where everything kind of stalled, I ended up with like my income, which was on an upward trajectory from August 2019 to February 2020. So my income was going up, 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 up. And then all of a sudden it just went bang straight off the edge of a cliff. And it was because I couldn't sustain the work, I couldn't sustain the output. So I was still making models every month and I was still releasing models every month, but I wasn't doing the expectation that everybody had, which was, you know, it had come from all these other people who were doing it, where they kind of produce, they've got, excuse me, they've got managers running their streams, running all of their social media and whatever else. They've got the managers running it, and then they've got these, you know, sculpts that they're making. They're putting them, getting them ready, and everything else. People who don't have the partner who's a teacher, or the two kids they've got to homeschool and look after and stuff like that, were able to kind of like really use this time of isolation to kind of like dial in and knuckle down and do stuff. I had the complete opposite experience. You know, I had unlimited freedom while my kids are at school and my wife's at work. You know, like today, now I can do what I want. I can sit here and kind of like just get my head down and just sculpt, 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 sculpt. But when I've got the kids here, I've got a little one over there who wants a snack every 15 minutes. I'm not talking about Mabel, I'm talking about my daughter. I've got Willow over on the sofa who wants a snack every 15 minutes. I've got Jacob who I'm having to kind of keep an eye on what he's doing his homeschooling. I've got to step in and assist, and I've got to listen to what his teacher's saying so I can understand what he's getting from them, so I can help him out and whatever else. So yeah, so my experience through lockdown was catastrophic compared to what other people had experienced. I had some lovely family time through it, don't get me wrong, but the financial side of it became a struggle, and it has been kind of through from that point onwards, really. So every time I take a step forwards, where I'm kind of thinking I'm kind of lining everything up and everything's kind of gearing up better, you take 2 steps forward and then you take like 5 steps back, and something else happens and the industry changes again, and the My Manufacturer platform moves their goalposts and things, and it it was you know, people's expectations shifted massively. People weren't paying for actual quality, they were paying for what they perceived to be quality. So they were looking at the models that are, like say, super high detail, you know, oh my God, look at this, it's the most detailed model I've ever seen, isn't it amazing? No, it's not actually. You just bought a dud. So, do you know what? I wonder if I've still got this one. I need to show you this, really, because there was one, I actually saw it and I thought, do you know what, I'll buy that because I liked the model. I really liked the model. And I've never been able to print it. Never. Where did I put it now? I don't even know if I kept it, because it was one of these things that was like where was it? can't even find it. I don't know if I kept them. What was I saying there, Clangate? You found a quality issue was more apparent on the 50mm plus size models. The 28 to 32mm ones are small enough, the detail got lost on the tabletop. Yeah, and this is one of the things I always harp on about is the there's an appropriate level of detail based on the scale of the model. And somebody came to me on one of my streams once, and they were chatting to me on the Discord afterwards. And what they were asking was basically they were doing a test sculpt for Loot Studios, and they sent them this model that they wanted them to copy. Basically, it was one of their releases that they'd done. And he showed me, and he was like, "What do you think? What should I do?" And he was asking for advice for the sculpts and stuff. And I said, "Well, the first thing you need to know is what scale it's in, because that looks like a model for like a video game. But also, it wasn't a good model. It wasn't well designed. The actual concept of the model wasn't great, but the detail on the model was so thin. Like all of these, like like on the one we're doing here now. Let me just go and switch over. So the like these bits, for example, these little dangly bits, they were like so thin, and they weren't attached to the model. They were just free hanging down. Like you know like that. If you make a model, you have to extrude things into the main body, so you create like a solid mass. You don't want all these free-flowing, free-hanging, dangly bits where you've got to try and paint behind it and get your brush in there, but also this thing needs supporting, and if it doesn't touch anything, it's just going to be kind of like, load-bearing at the top point, and it's going to shear off and snap the minute you get any kind of like pressure on it. So there's all these kind of issues that occur with these type things. You get like tiny little wisps of hair coming off, for example. And everything needs supporting, everything needs to be painted, and you can't really do it. And then I said to the guy, I said, what scale do they want you to sculpt it in? And he went away and he asked, and their response was, all scales. And I'm like, you're taking the piss. Like you can't ask somebody to sculpt something in all scales. The level of detail you're looking at on the model here. Yes, it looks chunky and clunky, but you print that in 32mm scale or a 28mm scale, it's perfect. It's robust, it can be painted, it can be gamed with. It's everything you need from a wargaming miniature. If we look at my Barbarian model, that was from the Kickstarter, there's a lot more detail on the model, there's a lot more areas that things I would never do on a 28mm scale model or a 32mm scale model, because I knew I was making the model to be between 75mm and 100mm. So the version of her I've got, I'll show you up here. The version of her I printed off myself is this one, this big. So there's like my 28mm, a 32mm model, and then we've got the 120mm, I think she is. I mean, she's as big as him pretty much. And then we've got the pirate here on the cannon. She's at 75mm. So you can't really see her there, can you? Pirate on the cannon and the Barbarian. I'll say there's a lot of stuff here that I would not do. And the Barbarian, you can't shrink her down to 28mm. Her hands are too small. Like if I show you hands, the hands here. The hands are far too small, the feet are too small. You know what I mean? And the thickness of like the bandages on the legs, for example, the bandages at 28mm, if you scale that down, they get lost. The underwear would get lost. The fine details that I put in, nothing would show through. If you scale that down, you get nothing out of it. And this is one of these things where, like I say, people just don't understand the product sometimes. But I say we created this, like, or we created, the industry created this perfect storm to allow these kind of sculpts to succeed and to be kind of like accepted and stuff out there, because the customers didn't know any better as well. So we end up with this kind of weird dynamic where the sculptors don't know what they're doing. The marketing the people who are like funding it aren't miniature hobbyists. They're just people who are seeing an opportunity for a business to succeed and kind of to sell a load of stuff. And there's a disconnect between the end purpose of the product and the actual, you know, the product itself. And one of the things that which is where it differs massively, is like if you look historically at wargaming companies, people like making miniatures, like myself, like Games Workshop, like Heresy Miniatures, Infinity, Corvus Belli, sorry, what's it called, Reaper. Any of these miniature companies, they are hobbyists, gamers. You know, a lot of these companies, Heresy as a prime example, if you look at Heresy Miniatures, poor bloke has had an absolute hell of a time over the years. He's persevered with his business, but it's not been easy for him. The money's been tight as anything. It's because it's a business driven out of like love and passion for the hobby. And you don't find that with these newer companies that have come in, where they've come in for a business opportunity. Do you know what I mean? They don't come in with this kind of, you know, I'm doing it because I love it. They're doing it because they know they can make a load of money out of selling all the files and stuff. And it's a shame to see that there's been that huge shift in the market. You know, I suppose it's just the nature of how things work, isn't it? So, you know, hey ho. But yeah, so I mean, again, coming back full circle to what we're saying about the Patreon, is it like a sticky social media kind of thing? It's kind of a step up from social media. It's like social media for me is like, and again, going back years, I built up my social media following through Kickstarters and Patreons and all this kind of stuff, and I built up the social media following to what it is now, and then it's kind of stagnated from there. I've not really kind of done anything to push it on and grow the audience, and part of that is because every time I post something on social media, the reach is awful, the reach is terrible, because the social media channels clip you down because they want you to pay to promote your content to your audience. So the audience I spent years building and creating and kind of getting all these followers, all of a sudden nobody sees my content. And it's you know, it's because Facebook and Instagram, they're kind of going, well, do you know what, if you pay us, we can boost your post, and we'll boost it to your audience. See, your audience is like 5,000 people, right? Well, we'll boost your post, and we'll make sure you pay 50 quid for this post, and we'll make sure that at least 3,000 people see that post. It's like, it used to be like I'd put it up there. I'd get the engagement from that anyway, because people had chosen to follow my page. They'd seen it and they'd come on board. And now it's just not the same. Do you know what I mean? But like, with Patreon and stuff, it's different, because people log into the Patreon, they go and see the people that they follow, and they pay to follow them, whatever else. And it's this whole issue again of, if you give something away for nothing, there's no value to it. There's no perceived value from the person who's receiving it at the other end. So like, you know, you'll find people will, oh, Clanger, thanks for the sub, man. You'll find people will jump ship and not bother to follow up, right? So they'll sign up for something, and they'll download your free files or whatever, and they'll never print them, or they'll sign up for a free course and then never take it. Do you know what I mean? So like, if you charge money for it, people are more likely to They may be less likely to sign up for it, but they're more likely to see it through to the end. So it gives you a more realistic expectation of what your demographic is and what your audience is. So if we start putting things out that are like, you start putting a load of stuff out online and it's completely for free, you'll find you'll get a massive uptake on it, and you'll kind of go, oh, this is brilliant. I've got a huge audience here. I can sell all this stuff I sell stuff to all these people. They don't want to buy stuff. They're happy to get you stuff, the freebies you're having, but they don't want to go and buy it. I had I don't even do it anymore on my website. I used to have a section on my website that was free models, right? Where you could go onto my website, you could download free STL files, and there was about 5 models on there. And for about 2 years, every day, I've got Shopify, right? If you use Shopify, when you make a sale on Shopify, you get this ka-ching noise, and it's the best noise ever, right? Because somebody's bought something from your shop. And you sit there, and I'll be sitting there, and I'll go ka-ching, and I'll go, oh, what's somebody bought today now? And I go on my phone, and I'll go and have a look, and see if it's a resin order I've got to print or if it's an STL file. But either way, it's a little lift in your day, because somebody's just bought something from you, so you've just sold something, you sold some products. However, when I had the free models on the website, the plan was, I'll give you some free models, they're all pre-supported, download them, go away, print them, see how good they are for yourself, and then come back and buy some other models. That was my theory, that was my thinking. Every day, 50 or 60 times a day, I'm getting ka-ching, 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 ka-ching on my phone constantly. Getting all these little notifications. I'm looking at it going, fuck, it's the free ones again. And then what happened was my analytics on my website, it shows all the popular models. It shows, oh, these are the ones that everybody wants. These are the most popular models. And it shows it to the audience. It shows it to people who go to my website, go, these are popular miniatures. These are the ones everybody buys. You might want to be interested in these. You might want to look at them. They're all the free ones because they were downloaded. They were there as zero value products, zero price products. They were still products. So people are buying these free models, generating sale notifications, generating sales data and everything else. And all of my analytics on my website are basically saying, everybody really likes the half-orc barbarian. Everybody really likes the little pet cat. Everybody really likes this. And it's like, yeah, but they're all zero value. I've never seen any of those models, apart from the half-orc barbarian. I've seen it a couple of times pop up. I've never seen those models on Facebook printed and painted. I've never seen people showing them off. Once or twice I've seen them around. But more often than not, I've not seen those models in the wild. Now, the thousands of people that bought those models for free, you would think some of them might have actually used them, but no. And virtually none of those customers that downloaded those free files came back and made a purchase. So I'm looking at it kind of going, well, what's the point of offering anything for free? People are hoarding the files. They're getting the files. They're hoarding them because, oh, it's free, I'll have it. But then they're not going on to actually purchase. They're not going on to buy anything. They're not engaging with me in any other way. So what am I achieving by putting those files out there, not charging people for them? The stuff I charge for, people come and buy. The things you actually sell, the stuff that's quality that people want to buy, they'll come and buy it. But there's so much stuff out there. You put the freebies out, and nobody wants the freebies. Sorry, everybody wants the freebies, but nobody really wants the freebies. They just want it because it's free. Do you know what I mean? It's like you walk through a supermarket, someone goes, oh, free cheese sample. You're like, do you really want a cheese sample? No? You're going to take a cheese sample, aren't you? So, are you going to then go back and buy the cheese? No. Did you intend to buy cheese? Nope. Is a free sample of cheese going to make you change your mind and buy cheese? No. See what I mean? I mean, if you're lactose intolerant, it might have other consequences, but it's not going to change your mind through the day in terms of what your purchase habits are going to be. And this is just the general, several years of me analysing data and thinking, what am I doing? So I can't remember how I ended up here, but yeah, don't give stuff away for free. Is the gist of the story. You okay then, Mabes? How can she be comfortable lying like that with her head backwards? Dog's baffling me, man. Right, I suppose I better get back on with some sculpting, haven't I? Kelly, you need to show me, mate. Yeah, man. Stick it in the Discord. Show me what you've done. If you got printed stuff and painted stuff of mine, I always love to see that. Yeah, the coffee machine. Do you know what? I'm picking up one actually. The coffee machine's ace. The only thing I found with it, I've got no plumbing in the office, and it's a bit of a nuisance then when you're trying to make a drink and you haven't got your plumbing. You've got to go and get your water from the house, and then you've got to clean it out. Oh, I love you, Keller. Yeah, coffee machine's a nice little, you know, a nice little bonus thing. I was saying earlier on, I've recommissioned it. It's been out of action for like nearly 2 years, that thing has, because I couldn't be asked to descale the thing to make it work. And yeah, now I've finally got around to descaling my coffee machine. There you go then. I want to get one of those jug ones, you know, the percolators. I want to get a coffee percolator with a jug, so it smells nice. This is one of the things I find in here is I've got like through the door back there is my print area, and it stinks because of the resin and the isopropyl. I've got extraction in there and stuff, so it smells less now. With the door on there, I've got seals around the door and stuff as well, so the smell doesn't come into the office so much. But I do like the office to smell like nice when I come in. But is it wrong? I kind of quite like the smell of the resin. There we go. Cheers, guys. Thanks for the reminder. I don't like the smell of the isopropyl. Do you know what's worse than isopropyl, actually? Somebody told me to use methylated spirits. And apparently there's 2 different types of methylated spirits. And I bought the wrong stuff. And that was absolutely heinous. It was the purple stuff I ended up with. I don't think I ordered the purple stuff, but I ended up being sent the purple stuff. Because apparently some of the methylated spirits you can get is like unscented. The stuff I had stank. It was horrible. And the thing I found was absolutely terrible was like this smell would cling to me. I'd walk back in the house and the wife would be retching and heaving. Anytime I went in the print room, and I had to decant it all out and get rid of it all because it smelt that bad. But the methylated spirits, when it got saturated with resin, the smell was just so bad. And yeah, even like trying to, I'd have the methylated spirits and then I'd try and like do secondary rinses in isopropyl. And it didn't help. Like the smell of that methylated spirits was just so strong in the room. Literally, the only choice was to just get rid of it. So you love pudding pollies. You love the smell of IPA. He was a petroleum chemist for years. Nice. Yeah, I like the smell of it when it's fresh. When you're cleaning it, like you know, the hand sanitizer kind of smell. That real kind of pungent. Like strong, like alcohol smell. I find that's quite a fresh smell. Once it's got resin in it, though, it's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? Once the resin starts saturating into the isopropyl, the smell changes and it's not as nice then. Yeah, water washable resin water washable resin is one of those things that is, you either love it or you hate it. Now I've got Wargamer resin in there and I still haven't tried it. They sent it me as a sample. It's from Faux Hammer. It's quite pricey. It's a good premium resin. But the advice they told me was, when you get it off the printer, spritz it with a spray bottle, and apparently that's all you need to do to clean it. And I'm like, well, surely there's got to be, like, you know, resin on the surface or whatever. But yeah, apparently you just spritz it with a water bottle, and that's all the cleaning it needs. But I've had terrible experiences with water washable resin. But interesting little factoid for you. If you look at the what's it called now? Elegoo. If we go onto Amazon, right? See, they've still got it. I think it's you've got to be cautious about how you use the Elegoo, the water washable resin. I think one of the things you've got to be really mindful about is the so just because it's water washable doesn't mean it's actually safe to like wash away down the sink. So you basically still have to treat it as you would with the isopropyl. Is that okay? Yeah, when you're washing it away, you have to they've changed all the resins now. So they used to use one of my models as a promo figure on the what you call it, the water washable resin. But yeah, the water washable resin is still like harmful to chuck down the drain. So you can't like rinse it under the tap. You still got to do it in a bowl and then dispose of the bowl as like hazardous waste. So it's not as safe as you think it is because it's water washable. It just means you don't have to use the isopropyl. But yeah, you start pouring that stuff down the drain, you're going to end up causing major like hazards down the drain system. So yeah, if you do get it, treat it like you would isopropyl, as like as a waste product. You struggled with water washable. Yeah, did you end up with the print splitting open and kind of like tearing apart? Because that was the thing I found. I found they delaminated really badly, the water washable ones. The splits were terrible. I've not had good success with hollow models because you have to clean the interior thoroughly, but then you also have to cure the interior as well as the exterior. Because if you cure the exterior but not the interior, the uncured resin reacts with the cured resin, and that causes the model to rupture and open up. And if you've got wet resin in there, as in like liquid resin, then you've created like this ticking time bomb that's like waiting to kind of like explode and like trash your display cabinets and stuff. That was always fun. Right, sculpting. Right then, so delete the interior geometry, close the holes. Yeah, I never hollow anything, I don't. I've got the Barbarian model I showed you, the big Barbarian model, Ifrit, who is... big laddie for it. He's solid. I'll never hollow that. The only things I would hollow are things like that. But I hollow it like that, so it's open. There's no base on that model. So for this like house here, hollow the whole thing out, and then when I clean that, I can literally get completely inside it and clean it out. Same for the older little shed. So like that, I don't want to print that as a solid block. But if I remove the bottom off it, I can completely get inside. That's the only time I will ever hollow anything like that. If I can open it out and make sure that the interior is completely accessible. Even my trees have got the hollow base again, like you can get your finger in the, you know, daddy finger. Yeah, I'm not a fan of hollowing models at all. And like, I don't even find that people go, oh, I'll hollow it because it will reduce the suction forces. It's not a problem. If you get your supports right, it's not a problem anyway. It's all about your anchors, because where you put your anchor supports on the models. As long as your anchor supports are strong enough to hold the model in place to stop it from detaching from the supports, you won't have a problem through the print. But you know what? We'll cover supports another time anyway. That bit's coming at the end of the training module as well. Yeah, I'm still surprised Chris hasn't showed up today. Yeah, I've seen mixed results about that one, or mixed reviews rather, about the VAT tilt. I like it in principle. I like the idea in principle. There was the printer I used to have, like when I first started like doing 3D printing. The one that like it was like 11 grand to buy. So it was a dental printer. The features on this printer were amazing, like, you know what I mean, but obviously it was like very, very, very expensive. And it was a very scary printer to use as well, because the like the base of the printer, there wasn't a VAT, well, sorry, there was a VAT on it, but the VAT didn't sit on top of a screen. So the VAT sat on this like there was like a hole. So the FEP went over the top of this hole in the base of the printer, and then under that there was like a 6-inch cavity with a glass lens at the bottom of it, and under the glass lens was a projector. So the projector would project the light, the slices onto the bottom of the FEP, and the between the glass lens and the between the glass lens and the FEP, there was something called a safety tray, and the safety tray had a piece of glass in it as well, but then it also had like a little reservoir on the side of it to catch any resin spills. Now, the reason it was a scary printer to use, the resin tray was, they came in a pack of 2, they were disposable, they had a little RFID tag on them that told the printer what the usage value of the FEP was. And if you ever got it to like 100% used, you couldn't use even if the VAT was still intact and still viable, you couldn't use it anymore because it was expired. I never ever managed to get one to expire, and it expired every litre of resin pretty much. You'd print a litre of resin and then the VAT would change. So a litre of resin for that printer was 280 quid. The VATs came in a pack of 2 for 240 quid. So they were like £120 of VATs. And every litre of resin, you'd have to change the vat. And more often than not, I wouldn't get through an entire litre of resin before my vat pierced. And when the vat pierced, the resin would go through the FEP into the safety tray and then fill it up. But obviously any resin that was on the safety tray would kind of cure on. So you would end up having to scrape and clean the glass on the safety tray to get it to be crystal clear again, because if it was even remotely murky, you would end up with this huge kind of like defects in your print. And the safety tray, if you had to buy a new safety tray, was 350 quid. So the sheer expense of this printer was just absolutely crippling. To the point where like I was scared to use it half the time. But yeah, luckily it's kind of don't have to worry about it anymore. You can get the same print quality now from a from any kind of like, you know, 8K machine. It's still a good printer, but like the build plate's the size of like a business card. But at the time, that was the only way I could produce. It was the only thing. It was the only option available to me to produce high quality models for production masters. But also, I'd say at the time I was also selling that as a service to people. So other people who were making master miniatures would come to me and they'd pay like 200 odd quid for a master print. So, you know, it was an in-demand service at the time, and it was quite a lucrative. I mean, it paid, that service on its own paid for the printer. You know, I made well in excess of like, you know, 12, 15 grand of on commission printing for masters. Plus the money I saved on my own prints by doing them myself rather than outsourcing them. I told you this wouldn't take long to finish. I do need to add a little trim strip around. Do you know what I'm going to do here? just to be different, let's dynamesh this. Auto group. Let's dynamesh it. Let's just try the layer tool. Morph target, that's one on it. Store morph target. Let's use a different brush to what I'd normally use. Let's go layer. Back face mask on. That's bizarre, isn't it? So with the layer tool, if you haven't experimented with this one already, basically what it does, the layer brush, you set your morph target to start with. You can't use dynamesh with it. You can use dynamesh, but you have to dynamesh first. You can't dynamesh in the middle of the operation. And you can't use Sculptress Pro mode. And what you do is you set your morph target, which is the base layer. Okay. And then you set your Z intensity. And no matter how many times you go over the same area, you're basically still sculpting that layer thickness directly onto the base mesh that you've stored in your morph target. So if you ever want to do just a consistent, even layer across the whole surface of the model, without having to worry about going back in and cleaning it up later on or anything else, that's the way you do it. Now you can see there's some little surface anomalies here. What we can also then do is we can go use the morph brush. Oh, my morph target not stored. That's a bummer. Can't use the morph brush then. I'm just going to come and use the polish tool just to clean up the outsides. Am I dreaming or have I just... I feel like I've done this bit already. Like it's just undone a load of steps without me actually doing anything. I'm just clearing up some of the edges here that are a bit ropey. For the record, I don't feel like the layer brush was beneficial here. I used it as it was intended. It just didn't perform as I wanted it to. My usual go-to here would have been a I'd have either masked off the edge and then done an inflate operation. Just for my edge. Or I would have just drawn it straight on like you see me do earlier with clay build-up and then just clean up the edges. Which is what I'm going to do now, funny enough. Lower the resolution. So when I'm doing the here's a tip for you. When you're doing the dynameshing, if you dynamesh at a lower resolution, the polish will hide more of the sins. Obviously, you'll lose detail, but like the things that are causing problems in your sculpt will just disappear naturally. So what I try and do is the point where I'm ready to dynamesh, I try and do it so that I've got as much as possible is actually like done for me. So before I go and add like loads of detail and whatever else, I'm just trying to work on my forms. I'm going to try and make sure I've got as much of my form in place as possible to stylize it and make use of the Dynamesh polish feature before I then start going into do my detailing. There we go. And then she's got a bangle round each wrist. Which is what we're doing here. It's going to be a cylinder. And what we're going to do is I'm going to subdivide it a little bit. Delete lower. Shrink it to size, so it's roughly what size I want it to be. I'm going to go to taper. Taper the top down. In fact, actually, before I taper it, I'm going to just duplicate it, shrink it, grow it. I'm going to clone that for the top and the bottom. Okay, now we're going to center that tool. I'm going to go on here and do the taper now. There you go. Nice simple bracelet. Guys, let me just mute you a second. I've got a call coming in. So it's just Max calling. We've got some stuff going on for Crystal Collapse. We're just trying to sort out at the moment. So do you know what? Let me give you a little preview of what's coming up. We've got a little limited edition Halloween model coming up for Crystal Collapse. Let me show you. Cassandra, there we go. There we go. A Halloween witch. So she's going up as obviously we're still working on getting Crystal Collapse rolled out and everything else. It's all physical. We're going to be offering a limited number of these as STL downloads and a limited number of resin purchases. Oh, excuse me. Choking on my coffee here. So yeah, if you like her and you want to get a copy of her for Halloween, she's also an absolute beast in Crystal Collapse. So we've given her she's got this like hat that eats things. So if you stand in, if you finish your turn, if you perform an action next to her, she delivers secondary damage because the hat takes a bite out of you. And her actual magic skill is just it's savage. So she makes you discard a card from your hand and of a suit of her choosing, and she also delivers a damage over time token, which is like a poison, and a paralysis token. A paralysis in Crystal Collapse means that you lose you can't move, but you also lose the benefit of your active skill, your passive skill. So yeah, she's pretty deadly actually. But yeah, Halloween exclusive. She'll only be available until until Halloween. We're going to put her on sale today, and then she'll be available until the 31st. So I'm going to put an update out later on. Right, so save this second. Split hidden. I'm going to take the groups off. I'm just going to do a little bit of just re-sculpting here. I want to just hide something so I can work on this area with Dynamesh, with Sculptris Pro mode, sorry, effectively. If you turn Sculptris Pro mode on and your poly count goes over like 1,000,000, it can be really laggy. If you can hide some polys from view using the selection tools and stuff, you can actually get it back to functionality without having to separate any of your mesh out. It looks a bit mangled here, doesn't it? Just because the book is holding the book. That's what the problem is. There we go. I'll off. Let's pump the Dynamesh up. Lower the Z intensity, turn the draw size up. Right then. There we go. I think we're ready to call her finished. So just merge all the bits together now. Save. Merge. 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 Always okay. Merge. Merge. Merge, and yeah, everything can go. Oh, and legs. Let's not forget the legs and the hair. Okay, Ascendia Priestess. Duplicate. Always preserve a copy of it before I do the Dynamesh, just to make sure I don't fluff it at the last minute and end up having to go back and make some tweaks and changes. If the STL comes out okay and everything's all right at this point, I can go back in and just, like, you know, cancel it afterwards, delete that piece out. So let's just Dynamesh the whole thing. Decent amount of resolution. $3.9 million polys. Right, it's going to pre-process the current. Oh, I love pre-processing. It's such an exciting task. Okay, right. Decimate current, 20%. What's the poly count? 782,000. Right then, if I go to look at the line mesh here, let's turn that off. I reckon we can come a bit lower. There you go, 539,000 polys, and we've got barely any, well, no noticeable surface deviations. No mesh trapping areas. No, we're all good. Okay then, let's get that exported. Let's get the ruler in. Select the ruler as my active piece. Take the base out because I don't need the base. And then the only other thing I want there is the Ascendia Priestess. So export to STL. Y is 100. And let's just go save it. There we go. Right, she's done. Save. And job's a good one. Okay, what do I do next? Let's see how my tavern patrons are looking. Let's just take the edge off and just turn this into a bag. Man bag. For the most part, I don't like bags to have like sharp corners. Not always the case. Sometimes you want them to be nice and crisp and whatever else, but you get an old leather bag or a cotton bag or canvas bag or whatever in a kind of a medieval fantasy peasantesque kind of style. You got to think these bags are going to get battered and abused, and they're going to be carried around everywhere. They're going to be used for all sorts. So you've obviously got to bear in mind that there's not going to be they're not going to be in the best condition necessarily. So they're not going to be all sharp edges and crisp and clean and whatever. Especially not if they're on some kind of like Tavern Thugs person. And again, if you're doing something that's a bit more what do you call it, like polished and posh, you can make the stitching like this. You can make it like nice and neat, or you can forego the stitching altogether actually if you want something to look really kind of like well made. But if you want to make it look rough and ready, then what I find is by varying the angle of the stitches, it looks like it's a little bit less professional. And obviously we can go and stick a patch on a corner or something like that as well to kind of give it the extra impression of a well-used bag. Just sculpted all of that with that symmetry. Hey Baz, how you doing, mate? decided to jump back on to finishing up some of my logging in at work. Very nice, mate, very nice. So I'm just tooling up this this thug with some swag. Let's put some notches in here. How was your weekend anyway, Basilisk? Now, all of these guys are actually supposed to be armed and I haven't done any weapons on any of them yet. So I'm going to have to do some daggers and clubs and swords and all this kind of stuff on them. So I think I'm just going to go and grab some gear out of my inventory. Let's go off to my what's it called? Component library. Weapons. Let's go for blunt weapons for this guy, I think. Oh my god, it's a busy birthday then. Right, I'm going to give this guy a Regis's mace, I think. Well, that's tiny in comparison, isn't it? Oh wow. See, for us, it's kind of the same actually. We've got, oh, what is it now? We've got like my mother-in-law's birthday is like in a few days. We've got Nan's birthday. She's passed away now, sadly, but the her birthday was like yesterday. We've got my birthday at the beginning of November. My daughter's birthday is a couple of days later. My sister's birthday at the end of November. And then through December, we've got we've got our aunt's birthday in October as well. And then we have between the 18th and the 26th of December, we've got about 8 birthdays. I mean, frankly, this sucks really because it's who wants a birthday that close to Christmas? Do you know what I mean? Oh, I'm not going to give him the mace actually. I'm going to give him the mace. Yeah, snap. We used to have my birthday is 3rd of November, so it falls smack between bonfire night, in the UK at least, between bonfire night and between Halloween. So over the years, we've varied between having like little Halloween themed parties and like bonfire night, like fireworks, celebration kind of things, barbecues and that kind of thing. Your dad usually has a steak. Do you mean a barbecue, or is that a typo on the thing? Or surely you can have a steak in February. Oh, what's going on? Have I bumped the resolution too high? Come on. Oh, I don't know. I do like a nice pan-fried steak, as long as it's done properly. Yeah, you can't beat finishing them on a barbecue, can you? See, the problem is we don't cook often. We don't cook often enough on a barbecue to be able to kind of like be practiced enough to be able to get it right. I need to get myself an outdoor kitchen area, I think, with like a canopy over it, so I can actually get out there and use an outdoor grill more often. So I'd still use it in like the rain and the snow and stuff like that if I had a proper like gas barbecue outside. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of them. It's one of those things. I bought some steaks when we were on holiday. We tried cooking them on the coals on a barbecue, and they were crap steaks. They were awful by the end. Like if I'd have just pan fried it, they'd have been beautiful. But yeah, trying to barbecue them. We got the barbecue flavouring on them, but the cooking was just crap. Couldn't get the barbecue like hot enough to cook them properly. Oh, what's this? We got tactics inspired overlays away. Is that Final Fantasy Tactics? I have to admit, I did give in the weekend, and I ended up buying Final Fantasy Tactics, the new one, the Ivalice Chronicles. I couldn't help myself. And if you haven't played Final Fantasy Tactics, or if you have played Final Fantasy Tactics before, but you haven't played the new one, Squire mode is an absolute blessing. It's really good, mate. I mean, it's still the same game, but there's so many quality of life upgrades and stuff on there. It's just brilliant. Like they've added all these. For example, now if you play Squire mode, I don't know if it's in all the modes, but if you play Squire mode, things are a little bit easier. the minute you change classes, it already equips your class. It equips your character for the new class. So one of the things I struggled with before was I wanted to use the archer, but there's no shops sell a missile weapon. You can't buy a bowgun at the beginning of the game. You can change your character class to an archer, but you literally can't equip any weapons. So you're kind of sitting there going, all right, well, what do we do then? And your only option is to try and kill an enemy who has got a bowgun, which I don't think you get until like the third or fourth proper level, and just hope that they actually drop it when they die. You got to like wait for the 3 turns or whatever it is for them to turn into a crystal or a treasure chest. Hope they turn into a treasure chest and not a crystal, and then hope that the contents of the treasure chest contain the bowgun, and then you can have an archer. But in the new version, you change your character class to an archer, and they automatically come with a bowgun. So same with the knight. You turn your guy into a knight, he automatically gets a longsword or a broadsword or whatever it is. So they're just tooled up for you straight away, so you can just get stuck into the game. It's just, I say, just pure quality of life is just better. I've got it on my mobile phone, and I struggled so much to get through like just the story mode for the first I think I've maybe done like 5 story mode battles, and it's killing me. I'm getting my ass handed to me every single battle, and I'm having to do each battle like 5, 6, 7 times to kind of like to suss it out to the point where I can actually defeat the enemies. And it's just a killer. It's just absolute killer. But the new version, like I say, the Squire mode there's all these little things changed, makes it easier to actually kind of like, get through the game faster, including, like I say, the proper equipment. I don't know if that carries on through like into like later classes, but to be able to just go and get a black mage right off the bat, or get your archer straight away, or change one of your characters to a knight and actually make sure they're properly kitted up for it. Hey, it's done. Why is it only 642,000 polys? I thought it was going to be like much higher than that. Ah, that's why. Ah, so I did it with groups on. I'm colourblind here, so I can't actually see this, but we've got like an edge group going on. Didn't spot it. That was my problem. It was trying to calculate all this like stupid geometry. There you go, that was much easier, wasn't it? Yeah, man, this new game, 100% so far, is an improvement on the previous. Now I've just got to make time to actually play the game, so I never give myself enough time for actually playing. I should do some on stream, shouldn't I? No, I won't. I won't play on stream. Hey, Yasumi, how you doing? It is the best game in the world. I'll give you that. I'll tell you how much I go by the fact that it's the best game in the world, is that the game that we built, Crystal Collapse, is literally based upon Final Fantasy Tactics to bring it to the tabletop. You see my my setup over here. It's like Final Fantasy Tactics, but in miniatures. Max, you're not supposed to give the game away. Shh. There's an opportunity to plug the game, you silly sod. Well, there's oh bugger, what's it called? Tactics Ogre. I downloaded Tactics Ogre as well, actually, on Steam. Nah, Granblue Fantasy is not the same. It's not half as good. What's Tactical Breach Wizards anyway? Yeah, you'll see bits of Tactics Ogre and Final Fantasy Tactics and all those kind of stuff kind of creeping up in Crystal Collapse. I was chatting to Max. Was it yesterday we were talking about it, Max? We were saying about the next. Well, one of the next things we're going to do is the build your own class, the build your own character classes. So where we've got at the moment, we've got our God, what do we call them? All named heroes. That's what I was talking about. So the next stage for us to go to is where we do you have a DIY class builder, character builder. So you'll recruit based upon. I mean, Max had some brilliant ideas about building a similar way the Final Fantasy Tactics characters come about, where you have like the star signs have different impacts and stuff. So you create a character, and your character would be a what's the word now? They'll have certain profiles, like the different star signs or whatever, or the different birth signs would give you different bonuses to your stats that would lend you better to being certain classes, but not railroad you into that class. So you can still have free choice, but you know you'll create a character or generate a character in the taverns or in the mercenaries guild. You'll create a character, and that character could be a natural born fighter. And then it's up to you whether you want to kind of make them a fighter or if you want to repurpose them and tailor them into something else. But obviously, when you get a character that's going to be a fighter, then you're probably going to want to like make them a fighter and take advantage of that. You're a modern day wizard / detective / SWAT team. That sounds mental, mate. I'll have a look at that. That sounds like it's got some potential. But yeah, it does sound nuts. So Max, how much Final Fantasy Tactics have you played now? Have you had a proper chance to get stuck into it now? 40 hours? What the hell, did you just not sleep? Some dedication, that is, dude. Damn right it does. God, I want to play it now. I've got work to do. What, we just merged that in? Oh. So I'll come down the office later on and do a little live stream playing it. Where's my fat dude? There he is. Oh, here we go. So this is what Max is working at then. So there's a random drawing mechanism from the cards, which allows random heroes to be created who have certain preferences. So I think when he says preferences, he's talking about like their kind of like their physical build, whether they're more agile or strong or defensible or whatever else, or magically orientated perhaps. So yeah, so you get your random characters like you get on Final Fantasy Tactics, but then you get to choose their job class and you get to choose how you use them in the game and how you level them up. So your base characters will be generated for you, and then how you use them is down to you. And you'll also be able to sack them and swap them out at the guilds and stuff as well. We're also working on a little expansion pack, aren't we, Max? The Escape from Oldburg. We set Alex to task today, doing the artwork for it. Should be nice. Oh, that's not going to work. Black and white sketch of your next cover. Oh, go on, explain that one. You got me intrigued. Oh, dude, you need to share that one then. Let's get that one promoted for you. Oh, and I have to say, mate, I am absolutely loving your updates in the group showing off the. Hey, Rob, how you doing? Early afternoon, mate. 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'm loving seeing your work progress, mate, in the group on your orc. He's coming on really nice. And how are you doing today, Rob? Something to keep you honest. I don't know if you were on the stream or if you heard earlier on, but I was talking a lot about the like the pin-up stuff I did previously. Not me personally, you know. I'm not moonlighting as an OnlyFans model or nothing like that. But the what do we call it now? The miniature side of things. I did a couple of Kickstarters a while back, and my idea behind it was to basically do a Kickstarter. Do you know what? I'm sitting here chatting while I'm on screen here. I'm supposed to be showing you my sculpting. There we go. I just realised I forgot to switch the camera back over. I'm sitting here talking about all this stuff I'm sculpting. I'm not even showing you any of it. So yeah, the thing I was talking about was the Kickstarters I did earlier, a couple of years back, were like these pin-up ones, and the whole point was they were supposed to be. So I don't know if you've ever run a Kickstarter campaign, but they're really draining, right? So Kickstarter campaign, you run it, you're on it constantly, you're having to do constant updates, you have to do all your pre-campaign build-up and all this kind of stuff. It's a real resource sink. And I wanted to see, just purely out of interest, how lazy I could get away with being on a Kickstarter. It's like how little. Hey, Chris, how's it going, mate? Your priestess is done, dude. It's in your library for you, in your STL files. I'll get you some renders later on, mate. Yeah, it is killer. So like, let me you know, I did talk about this earlier on. So apologies if you've already seen this and kind of like we've gone through this already, but I just want to kind of explain the like my thinking and how this kind of worked for me essentially. Okay, so if we come onto my Kickstarter page, right? So going back, my very first my very first Kickstarter was this one, right? Which was all physical miniatures, 2017, finished funding, 194 backers. This was pre-STL files. This was pure resin cast miniatures that were just being sold. That I was building up my own range, right? Then there was this one where I was a collaborator on, which was a friend's Kickstarter, so ignore that one. And then I did the Kingdom of Telarius one. Now this is my best one so far. So this one was an army with like 250 odd models, which is based upon loosely based upon Final Fantasy IV. So the army was massive. It was a huge project, but it made a load of money, and it was pure STL. This was. There was no physical fulfillment. That was on your back, was it? Awesome. So this one was like, I really enjoyed doing it, but it was a killer. I put so much time and effort into it. I had Andy Hobday helping me with updates and campaign management, and every single day it consumed me. It was absolutely draining doing it. So after I did that one, I went and did this one. Now it only did 3.5 grand in comparison, but I put no effort into this one. So this one here was a single miniature. So this one was 250 miniatures, and this was one model. So for 250 miniatures, I got 25 grand. For one model, I got 3.5 grand. Now this went on and did another £1.5 grand on Kickstarter, on My Mini Factory. Kingdom of Telaria's probably did about another 5 grand or so on on My Mini Factory. So this one's taken me up to about 30 odd grand. This one's taken me about 5 grand. But again, 250 models versus one model. And I think what I want to kind of maybe delve into in a subsequent training module or subsequent training course is to look at something like this as a Kickstarter project, but literally take you through the steps of not only sculpting the model, printing it, test printing it, getting it painted and everything else, but also then going on to like launch a Kickstarter campaign. So anybody who hasn't done this before, if you're not familiar with it, we'll make a pin-up, we'll design the pin-up model, and then we'll go through and we'll do the campaign launch. So again, for this one, what I don't normally do, which I did on this one, was obviously the graphics, the poly painting on the model was the big one. So the model itself is digitally sculpted but digitally painted. So I mean, this is had extra layers done by AJ Haitley from Game Tea. She did some extra like little bits of paint over for me, which is cool. You load up with a pin up skeleton. Oh, do you know, that'd be quite a good idea, wouldn't it? The only problem with that would be we'd have to run it simultaneously. It'd have to be a live course, I think, if we were going to go down that route. But I'd love to do something like that. That'd be awesome. Sign up to the course and then get some Wonga back at the end when we do the Kickstarter. That'd be pretty cool, actually, that would. Set you all up as collaborators so you can all see the back end and see how it all goes. Yeah, that'd be a really nice project to do, that one. Just from a community point of view, just the learning you could all benefit from on there, I think that'd be awesome. Yeah? What do you think about it? If we did like you know, all these different versions of the same model, by different sculptors, you all do the same kind of thing, but then like, you know, maybe you pose it yourself or do some different interpretations. We can load it up onto Kickstarter, and then, you know, if we get, I mean, like this one, if we did 5 grand on a Kickstarter for this whole kind of thing. Hey, no worries, McClanger, mate. Enjoy your lunch. But yeah, so yeah, if we do that, like, you know, say we do 5 grand, if we get like, you know, 50 people sign up, there's got to be like 100 quid odd each, doesn't it? You know, between all the people who signed up, get a bit of money back, get some experience in the way. And then again, also, if we go back to the thing here, like I said, I've got this one here. This is on my Kickstarter profile as a collaborator, so I can go in there and see all the stuff that's gone on, all the information in the background. So I think that could be quite a nice little project. So I'll consider that one, guys. I'll see if I can get a design done up. So with this one, with the Warlock, this was the next one. This one did better. So the whole point of these, by the way, was no stretch goals, no advertising. What will they do on their own without any effort? So these whole things, these whole campaigns, these 3 campaigns I did for the pinups. I mean, let's look at them again. So we've got the Barbarian, which was the first one, 323 backers, but the value of the backing was lower. Like the pledge value was lower, but the backer count was higher. For this one, the Warlock, it was basically a diorama rather than a single miniature, and I kept adding to it with stretch goals because people started like requesting stretch goals to be added. because they wanted extra stuff for it. So they liked what I'd done already. Originally, it was the table with the skeleton rat and the tiefling on the couch. But then people started saying, "Oh, can we get some extra things?" And they wanted the stretch goals added, so I ended up kind of caving and doing it. But it meant that the per pledge price went up. So even though the back account was lower, we like 100 less backers, 90 backers less. We did like nearly £1,000 more. And that was purely down to the, what do we call it? Like the extras being added on as stretch goals. So I did the stretch goals as paid add-ons rather than as automatically included. So obviously it bumped the numbers up. Now for this one, the privateer, I did the same kind of thing. Hey Adam, how you doing, mate? For this privateer one, I did the same thing. I did the models thing, but the uptake was lower on this. I don't know if the content wasn't as good or it wasn't as appealing, or if, you know, whatever the case may be. Anyway, so, something didn't gel as well on this one. It might just be fatigue in the marketplace or whatever else. You know, it could just be that. But yeah, we've got the pirate captain woman sat on a cannon, the pile of cannonballs, and the cat one never got unlocked. But yeah, I say this one, production quality wise, didn't quite hit the same notes. It didn't quite get to the same like levels. Less backers, same kind of money. It wasn't too bad. But again, for one model, £2.5 grand, I'll take that. That's you know, that's not bad going. And I say the only real extra effort is the poly painting, which I wouldn't normally bother doing on a normal single miniature. So, you know, so yeah, let's do another. Yeah, basically, mate. Yeah, it just never got released. I think I've got the files here. Oh, do you know what? While I've got people on the stream, let me show you this again. This is our new Halloween model for Crystal Collapse. So she's going to be a limited exclusive. I'm going to get her online today. So we'll have the product, the STL files available today, and the purchase a resin model version. They'll all be on the web store later on, and I'm going to put an update out for the Crystal Collapse campaign. So yeah, she'll be available, limited numbers. I think we're going to cap her to like 150 sales, and then we'll stop the sales. Or we might just run it till 31st of October and leave it like that. But in the game, she's an absolute fiend, so she's cool, man. Yeah, the cat guys anyway. Let's see what let's look at there. Kickstarters, privateer, renders. There you go. So it was only she only had the ears and the tail different, and no hat. So there wasn't a huge amount of extra sculpting in it. It was just a minor variation on the original. But I wanted to make sure I'd got enough to be able to at least do the silhouette for us, to be able to show her off as a, you know, in the campaign here. I just put the silhouette just so you can kind of get a hint of what you're getting. But yeah, it just never it never hit the same stride as the barbarian and the warlock. So I think next time maybe we do it as a little scene. We'll do some furniture pieces. We'll do some extra bits and bobs like that. And yeah, let's do it as a community project. Let's do it we'll do it as part of a course. We'll create the models, and then we'll do a little collection of them, and I'll do a follow-up where we'll make them as a Kickstarter, and I'll go through the whole process of create the Kickstarter. How do we make it? Let's make all the assets and everything else. You know, or maybe the Kickstarter part becomes a maybe the Kickstarter creation, we do that as a live stream rather than as part of the course. We'll make the pin-up as the course, and then everybody that makes the pin-up in the course, we'll use them for the follow-up, and I'll do the rest of it as live streams, and we'll kind of run it all. maybe use the school community to kind of like coordinate it and organise it. But yeah, I think that'd be a cool project. I like the sound of that. And in Crystal Collapse, obviously, we did an extra $2,500 on Kickstarter on top of the was it like about 30 grand we did on, about 25-30 grand we did on GameFound, and that was just to unlock a few extra stretch goals now. And then this one, the Descent into Avernus one, this one just was a flop, man. 14 backers on here. Well, dude, do you know what? If you can make a list in the let me go and set up a section in the Discord. I'll put it under. Where do we put it under? Hey, nice work, man. Great job there, mate. Great job. So I'm loving this whole chat. Just it fills me with joy every time I look at it, and I see you guys posting your updates in there. Brilliant. I'm gonna set up an area in miniatures, I think, over here. And let's call it tutorial requests. There we go. So we've got the channel in there now. So tutorial requests. Go in here. What I will do, can I edit the channel to make it a... I probably should have made it a... forum, isn't it, actually? Let's do it as a forum instead. Put it, where's it gone? Am I losing my marbles here? up here in miniatures. No, I haven't done the renders yet, mate. Create tags. What else we want? Sculpting, painting. Hey, crazy, how you doing? We've got sculpting, painting, techniques. I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave it as sculpting and painting. That'll do. What else we got? Guys, do it honestly. You guys telling me what you want makes my life so much easier. Like if you guys go in there and tell me the things that you need or the things you want to see, it's so much easier than me having to try and second guess and try and figure out what you might want. If you literally tell me this is what I want you to do, then yeah, I can just I haven't got to try and think about it. Just go through and tick things off as we've done them. I've just set this forum up for you all to make requests for video tutorials. Someone else has posted and you want to see their request come to life, give it a thumbs up and I'll work through the most popular ones. There we go. There we go. Tutorial requests is just here. Right, get your requests in, guys. back to a little bit of there we go. So I need to give him a weapon. Let's get a sword out for him, I think. Let's raid the component library. Guys, remember, if you're on the Patreon, you'll have access to this. I just have to refresh the link every so often, but you can go in there, you can get access to any of these like bits and bobs if you want to use them in your own sculpts. Ooh, what do I want? Short sword, iron short sword. That'll do. That's a bit posh, I think. Looks a bit swanky for him. Let's auto group. Let's lose the scabbard. Let's notch it a bit. Oops. What sculpt is it? This is my tavern patrons, Chris. So I've got give me a second, mate. I'll show you in 2 seconds. Let me just finish this bit of sword. Make a little sword frog. Complete the internal geometry, close the holes. It's got to inflate it up a bit. Polish it. Let's do a little yeah, no worries, Chris. Let me just show you what the actual sculpt is, though. There you go. It's the tavern mob. I'll get your thing sent over to you shortly, mate. Okay, the renders. All right, mate. Catch you in a bit. Take it easy, man. Back to the sword. Append the short sword. There it is. Well, this guy, I feel like he needs like a little dagger in his belt, so let's go and get him a... Let's go import a dagger now. So a normal dagger. Let's go for iron dagger. I think that should be the one. Yeah, that's the one I wanted. What's it do here? I'm just going to go and mask off the belt. Just going to pull the belt through the knife. Okay, so Kaji, no, and dagger, mouse down. Okay, so the three thuggish guys gambling and playing Baldur's Bones, they've all got their weapons now. Right, let's get the where am I supposed to go? Should refer to my board. So I need to do a female I tend to have patrons. I've done 3 plus the 2 named ones. 2 named ones. So that is now 7 to do. Okay, let's get some extra tables and things. Do you know what? I need to make some extra tables now. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a quick leg stretch break for a minute. So I'm going to pop you guys on a BRB for a minute. Do not go away. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. If anybody wants to go and buy anything from the shop, there we go. Now, most of you ain't going to see this on another platform, so we just repost that message. So it actually posts to YouTube as well. There you go. That code is live while the stream's live. Sorry, I've just put my microphone back in the dock then, didn't realise it turned it off already. Right, I was going to pop you on mute, guys, and I'll be back in a minute, okay? Catch you in a bit, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right then. So I need a bit more tavern furniture for this to actually work properly, because what I've done here was like the tavern that I made is the low lantern from Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. So it was made for a very specific footprint and layout and everything else. So all the furniture that I've done here is for that thing. So we've got side tables, like this one here. We've got the big round tables, which are based on like rum barrels. Got the bar, which is the layout of the bar for that particular tavern. A little row of bar stools. Need a couple of patrons sitting on these bar stools, I think, propping up the bar. Then we've got these beds at the back, which I've got to come and add some sleeping drunks into. And we've got the sofas. So there's two versions of sofa. There's a clean version and there's like a damaged version. I've deleted them from this scene because this isn't the full scene. And then we've got like all these barrels that stack up behind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add... Oh! I mean, the audio's showing on the thing here. You don't have me muted, do you? Save. I just want to check in. Can everybody else hear me? Is it just Basilisk that's struggling, or is this a general thing? Anybody? Okay, let's just go and get stuck in doing a few things here. So I want to make an alternative bar. I'm going to do a big ass fireplace. Still nothing? Can you hear the background audio? Well, it should be the ambient stuff at the background. Oh, my stream disconnected 12 minutes ago, apparently. Let me check, actually. I've got it on, running in the background. Testing, testing. Move this around while I'm talking so I can see if it's going. No. It's yeah, it's Twitch, mate. The Twitch stream's down on the, I think it disconnected about pretty much when I left the stream for a minute. It disconnected, and it seems to have reconnected, but with the sound missing, which is useful. Let's grab the YouTube link for people if they want to switch over. There we go. That's the problem when you multi-stream in different platforms. One of them breaks, the other ones are fine. And the actual interface I'm using shows no problems. How tall should I make the chimney on this, do you reckon? Dude, I've done stuff to kill Twitch many a time in the past. There was one period where my internet was just so intermittent and unreliable. It was ridiculous. And Twitch would just freak out at the slightest of things. So already over the poly count mark for the round the edges off. There you go. Something that's sculpting something that's not a human character or humanoid. I'm just going to leave markers in here for the block work. I don't want to do this too heavily. Might do here. Oh, Twitch sounds back. What a mimic fireplace. Maybe it is, mate. Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe I'll do the mimic version of it as well. Something I always wanted to do actually was like a whole series of mimics. So like I think maybe when I finish this entire tavern, maybe we go back over every single item in the tavern and turn it into a little mimic version. Guys, if you don't know what I'm doing here, by the way, we start the stroke, hold shift down, and you get this little line comes out. You turn it to 0, which means that the line is completely horizontal. So wherever you're moving it, you make sure it sits on the 0 line, and then you get a perfectly horizontal line, and then let go of shift without letting go of the mouse, or without letting go of your stylus. Okay. Turning everything into mimics. Call it mimic this. Oh yeah, and with this little line as well, we can hold shift down and we can reposition it. So if you start it in the wrong place, you can, rather than having to redraw it, you can just hold shift and just move it around. Need to make a little mimic toolbox of like eyes and teeth and maybe little arms and things like that. I'm going to use the clay builder brush for this actually. Yeah, think about it. When you're talking about turning something into a mimic, there's a lot more involved than actually just adding teeth and like eyes and things to it, because you have to you got to start considering how this thing actually is, how it's going to move as a monster. It's going to actually, you know, eat your party. Oops. I hate it when that happens. I still don't know why. Why do we get that occasionally? Yeah, it's how these things are going to... I'm going to just put said sub on. I'm holding shift all the time here. Alt side to try and do this thing. I can just invert the button with said sub, can't I? It'd be very interesting to see the like try and figure out the mechanics behind like mimicry. Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's got to be some ability for it to move, because you can't just sit there as a as a mimic and expect, you know, wait for someone to put his hand inside your mouth and then bite it off. There's got to come a point where, like, I mean, the old JRPGs, they're like leaping around, chasing you about, diving on top of you. I don't know, have you watched Delicious in Dungeon? If you haven't, you need to. There's mimics in Delicious in Dungeon. Oh, Delicious in Dungeon is brilliant, right? It's like, it's basically the closest thing you're going to get to Dungeons and Dragons as an anime. Except obviously all the hero party, they go into the dungeon, and there's this like mechanic in there where basically your soul gets bound to your body inside the dungeon. So if you die, you don't die, and you can be resurrected and you can come back. But your body has to be in there. Anyway, this guy, one of the main characters, right at the very beginning, they're down on like one of the low levels. Isn't it just crazy, man? They go into one of the lower levels and they find this big red dragon. And this red dragon basically eats the guy's sister. But she's a mage and she teleports them out of the dungeon as her like last act to try and like help them. But she doesn't make it out. She's like inside the dragon's stomach, so the escape magic doesn't work on her. So they go on they decide they've got to go back in and rescue her quick because they need to they need to get his sister and resurrect her before the dragon's like digestive process consumes her body. Because if she gets dissolved in the dragon's guts, then she's like lost forever. So they've got to try and go and get her back. And they haven't got time to go and like restock or anything else, and all their gear's down on like the 5th level of this dungeon or whatever where this dragon was. So they decide they're going to go back into the dungeon and they're going to survive by eating the things that they kill. So like they're in there kind of like, it turns out the main character's got this mad fetish about eating monsters. It's just like, it's a little bit weird and they play up to it a lot. But yeah, the whole program is so good, and like all these like monster encounters, and they do have a rule about that, you know, that they can't eat like the humanoid monsters or anything intelligent. So like when they come up against orcs, for example, they're not going to go and eat orcs. But they do kind of push the boundaries a little bit at times. But it is such a good show, and if you're like a D&D fan, you've got to watch it. Vox Machina and Delicious in Dungeon, they're your 2 must-watch shows. That's my drink. But yeah, the point was, they have mimics in Delicious in Dungeon, and they are these. Oh, what are they? They're like big bugs, if I remember right. Imagine like, you know, like a hermit crab. I think it's like a hermit crab that uses a treasure chest as its back, as like its home. So it pretends to be like a treasure chest or something, but it's actually a hermit crab like type creature. But it's quite clever how they kind of, and they deal with things like living armor and stuff as well, which is quite an interesting one. I won't tell you all about them, but they're definitely definitely got to get in on them. Oh, wicked. Do you know what that was called? Because like me and Jacob always watch the like the cooking shows. I've not seen that one. That's what all I'm doing here, by the way, guys. It's just like freeform, like making bricks. So I've created these like layers. You can see obviously sometimes I am filling those layers back in. And this is only like a sketch. This isn't going to be like the final thing yet, but I'm just sketching in the block work. Yeah, did you see my one I put up on the school community the other day in the little painting challenge for doing like battle damage on armor? I put my living armor sculpt up on there for people to download for free. Culinary class wars. Okay. I'll have a look out for that one. So Netflix, yeah? I saw all this news about the Netflix boycott. And I thought, oh my God, they've lost 15 billion in a day. It's going to like break them. And then I realised that they actually make like 258 billion profit. So it's like, yeah, the 15 billion's drop in the ocean, isn't it? Competition you do, dude. The thing is that, and the mad thing is, I've, you know, I have seen some of the programs they're talking about. Some of them are a little bit, you know, I've kind of said to my kids, look, I don't want you watching this. It's a little bit too much. But some of them are like, they've watched them and they're fine. Do you know what I mean? They're in there. I mean, we've got like my sister-in-law's gay, and we've just been to their wedding, and my kids are kind of like used to that, so it's just part of life now. So you know, where you got like, you know, they've got families where they've got like gay parents and stuff on there. It's like, okay, I understand why people are kind of getting a bit fussy about it, but it's not like a deal breaker, is it? But when they start going with all the weird trans stuff and
I find that unnecessary in kids programs. Like, there's enough stuff, you know. If it was aimed at like older kids, or let's say older kids, any kids is like inappropriate. I think that, like, if they go for like, you know, your teenage level, where, like, you know, they're like, you know, 17, 18, and they're old enough to understand what's going on. Because what I don't want to have to do is I don't want to have to try and explain it to the kids. Do you know what I mean? They'll know about it eventually, and, you know, they find out about it when they find out about it. But I ideally do not want to have to explain things like that to my kids because they've seen something in a TV show. That makes sense. Like with Jacob, I don't mind him playing like violent games where he's like, you know, there's like bits of killing and things like that in there. Like a bit of Assassin's Creed, I wouldn't mind necessarily, but again, there's a bit too much like sex stuff in Assassin's Creed as well. You're like, you know, schmooze people and seduce them into bed and things like that. But the violent side of games and the bit of bad language, I don't mind him kind of getting involved with on some games to a point. And I will say here again, qualify this, these are solo games where he's playing it with me around. Like, he's not playing these things without me kind of knowing what they are before he starts playing. So I'm still moderating his content and stuff. But when it crosses a line into kind of more like adult content from a sexual point of view, that's when I kind of draw the line, and I'm like, no, I'm not having that now. You know, he's not getting involved. I'm not letting him kind of see that stuff because he's 10. So yeah, and it's not always appropriate. And I think there's a lot of people that are so eager to go and throw an agenda down your throat. So I just make entertainment for entertainment's sake. Not everything has to be a political statement. Yeah, the mad thing is that, like, the program I keep seeing like cropping up in there now, it's called Dead End, and I think that's been on Netflix like 2 years or something like that, probably more. Do you know what I mean? It's been on there an awful long time, and they're now kicking up a fuss about it. That's the thing I don't get. It's not like it's something that's just appeared on TV. So here's one for you then. Did you watch the Dragon Age series? Or even actually, there was another one, not Dragon's Dogma, Dota Dragon Blood. Both of those series, I absolutely loved them. Right, they were both brilliant, both really, really good. But both of them, kind of, yeah, like they both leaned into this like gay agenda again, and I understand there's a lot of them, a lot of like, you know, LGBTQ people in the film industry and everything else in the background, and like, you know, pushing the stories and stuff. But you got like a team of fighters and stuff like that, and out of a team of like 4 people, like 2 of them are just outright gay, and there's not a problem with it as part of the world and whatever else it is. But when you're dealing with a D&D type action series and all this kind of stuff, you know, when you're just kind of going, what does it add? What does it add to the story? You know, I don't feel like. But then again, I've never been one of these who kind of plays these like role play games, and I'm kind of going, oh, there's a romance bit in there. I can go and like, you know, seduce a character. It's like, no, I want to play. I want to go and kill goblins. I want to go and do all the adventure things. I don't care about, like, you know, relationships in games. It's not of interest to me. I don't want to go and spend ages pursuing a digital character on a game. I just want to go and kill the goblins. And it's like, I suppose it's kind of, you know, how different people enjoy it. But then I feel like when you're watching a TV series, it can become a little bit, do you know what I mean? Like they changed Dragon Age as a game. I don't remember. Oh, they're saying that it was about the same time as they did the new Dragon Age, wasn't it? I don't remember any of that kind of stuff in the original Dragon Age games until the most recent one. I'll stop talking about it now and get cancelled. Yeah, I never played the latest one. I loved Inquisition and Origins. I just never got around to the latest one. My gaming time's been so bad. Like, probably since I started doing sculpting as a job, actually, to be fair. Because I feel like every time I sit at a computer, I should have my stylus in my hand. I should be sculpting away and doing something for work, because I know I've got so many jobs to do. And I feel guilty if I'm playing games, but really I need to be rewarding myself. You know, do a job and then have a little bit of a gaming time. Right, I've got about 10 minutes before I've got to go and pick the kids up, so I'm going to knock this on the head in a little bit. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to put a little wooden shelf on the top. I'll put some bottles and some accessories and things up on there, but what I'll probably do is I'll probably do the shelf as an insert, so it could be slid in, so it's not part of the thing, because that way, trying to have all these bottles and stuff in the alcove on their own is going to be tricky. So I'll probably have this. I'll probably have the let's say a wooden ledge that slides into that gap, and then we can put all the bottles and stuff on the wooden ledge. Have that as a separate piece. Print it, paint it separately, and then push it in, and that way it makes the whole thing more manageable. Same for the base here. I'm going to put a little hearth in front of the fire. And then I'll put a big fireplace and all that kind of stuff in here. So we'll have like a little grill, like a metal kind of like base for the fire, and then we'll have a big pile of logs and loads of flames and stuff. Like saying there. Stone guy in Dragon Age. Don't even remember that guy. Trying to wrap my brains now, mate. Which one was the one with Morrigan? The kind of the witch. Shale. Shale rings a bell, but I don't remember the golem. I need to Google it now. Let me just have a little Google search. I'll find him and I'll remember. It will remind me then. Do you know what? I've just read here. He's a DLC character. I think I probably didn't play the DLC. That's him here, look. Yeah, I don't think I played DLC, mate, because I do not recognise this guy at all. Not even one bit. Oh yeah, Sam, I need to organise a catch-up call with you, don't I, at some point over the next week or so. Don't know if you're what your schedule's like tomorrow, but if you ping us a message and let us know what kind of times are good for you for tomorrow, mate. I've got a few things I need to get done admin wise, so I probably won't do a stream tomorrow now. But I say if you're kicking about and you're free, I'll give you a bell. We could have a little a proper little catch up. Oh guys, if anybody plays Lord of the Rings tabletop game, you need to check out Crazy Jaws web store, man. Dude, do you want to post the pop the link in the chat while I'm bigging you up? He's got STL versions, like loads of like proxy models that are great for the Lord of the Rings battle game. There you go. Forge Master Miniatures. He's got licenses to loads of other ranges as well. So if you need any minis getting for like different stuff, check it out and have a little look. Have you got your own stuff on the store digitally yet, or is it? Are you just doing it all as printable stuff, as like printed offerings? What are you doing, Mabel? I think I'll put a big wooden shelf on the top as well, I think. I'll tell you a little word of warning for you on the digital and physical stuff. So let me just save this and I'll show you the problem. Okay, so when I put my products into my store originally, so now if I come down here to like the collections and whatever, we go into the product. Now this one here still says resin miniatures, right? And this one just says the name of the character. I haven't quite got around to updating every single product in my store at the moment, but what I did have previously was I had a resin version of everything, and I had an STL version. Try again. I had the resin version of everything as one product, and then I had the STL version as a second product. And when I had it in that format, what was happening was people were coming onto the store. There was too many products on there because everything was duplicated. There was too many products, and people were coming onto the store. And what I was finding was I was getting a lot of people were they'd add 4 or 5 products to the basket in their order that were resin models, and then they'd add like 2 or 3 that were STL files. And I don't know if it was the STL files were cheaper and they thought they were getting a bargain. They didn't realise that they don't know what the STL files are or whatever, or they genuinely thought, no, I want them for printing at home. So every single time I would have to message the people to say, look, I've just clocked on your order that you've ordered a mixture of STL and resin models, and there's obviously you know, I don't want to send you half of your resin order because you've just had the digital stuff automatically fulfilled. I don't want to send you half your order in resin and you be disappointed when it arrives. So did you actually mean to order everything in resin, or was it intentional? And obviously 9 out of 10 times, or 99 out of 100 times, the answer would be, oh yeah, I didn't realise they were different. They were different products, and it caused me loads of admin, having to go back, refund people, send the files. Send the updated product order with the new resin models in there and stuff. So what I started doing was I started doing it like this, where we go onto the product listing, and then you've got the material, STL files and resin, and then in my description it says the STL is supplied as files, and then the resin ones, it's clear about what you're getting as a resin model. But doing it this way around, it does make it a little bit slower, because people have to go in and have to select whether they want the resin or they want the STL version of them. But it does mean that there's no opportunity for people to order the wrong product. Do you know what I mean? If they're going to go and get the if they're going to go and get a product, they're going to get the right one, aren't they? Because they've got to physically select it to put it into the cart. So I mean, the best thing you could probably do, to be fair, would be to set up a separate store altogether, if you don't mind doing that. Because it'll... Do you use Cults 3D? I wouldn't bother with my manufacturer, it'll waste of time. But if you use like Cults 3D, set yourself up a Cults 3D store page and sell your things on there. Or even a separate Etsy store, you know what I mean? Get yourself an Etsy store set up where you can sell the STL files on. But Cults 3D has already got a bit of an audience on there. The only thing you've got to be very careful with is with the because Games Workshop own the IP, or sorry, they license the IP, sorry, for Lord of the Rings as a battle game, it's a miniatures game. If you're doing anything that is too close to anything that they produce, they can give you DMCA takedown notices and start prepping lawsuits. And they've got a massive legal team that will actively chase you down and do it. If you're hosting your files on Cults or My Manufacturer or any of those kind of websites, then they're already involved in those sites, so they'll find them fast. So hosting on your own platform will keep it. Hey Mike, how you doing, mate? Dude, you raided into me when I've got like 4 minutes left. I've got to go and pick the kids up. Sorry guys, I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm not going to be able to kind of entertain you all today with a massive stream, but I'm going to have to kind of raid out somewhere else. But I do appreciate the drop in, mate. But yeah, I've literally got like 2 minutes for the 2 minutes before I go and pick the kids up. How's everybody doing anyway? We all keeping well, people? Oh, I thought Mabel was behind. I was going to get Mabel to come and say hello. Where you at, Mabel? Mabel? Come on. Come and say hello. There we go. Mabel saying hello to you. Oh no, she's licking my ear. Get off you. Yeah, guys. So, oh. Well, thank you all guys for joining me. I'm gonna go and see if we can find somebody cool to. Mike, you got any preferences? Is Red Straw Baby on, or anyone that we can drop into? Sorry guys, I didn't like pass the parcel and shuffle you all on. Mabel, get off, you bugger. Licky my hands. Let's see. Oh no, Straw Baby's not on today. Should we drop a Dyson Dungeons? There you go, darling. Oh. Well guys, I'll be back. I know, yeah, she's a funny one. She's a big softie she is now. You alright, Mabes? You're going to take her to pick the kids up. What are you going to say though? Say hi, Mike. Say hi, Raiders. Aww. Right, guys, let's go for... I've got 14 viewers on Apollos. Apollos? Miniature models. Or we've got Dungeons and Dragons, Dice and Dungeons. What do you reckon, Mike? Let's go. Who's that, mate? Apollos or Dice and Dungeons? Apollos, right, there we go then. Apollos it is. Guys, I'm going to raid you out. So thank you for the raid though, Mike. Thank you all for joining me. So let's go and pop you onto our Apollos while I go and get the kids. And I'll be back Wednesday with another stream, I think. Tomorrow I'm going to have an admin day. Wednesday I'll be back on board. So let's go and drop out and we'll hopefully you all have an absolutely lovely stream. What's going on with my... I don't know what's going on. Oh, I've got a weird glitch going on, guys, with me Streamlabs here. It's not letting me raid out. No, I've lost the buttons that let me go from my multi-stream to my Twitch chat, so I can actually control it. What is going on? Yeah, OBS. Use the browser. Good shout, Mike. How do I do that again? Is it raid? Oh, here we go. We're on.